Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our April 24th meeting of the Redwood City Council. I'd like to call our meeting to order, and thank you for joining us this evening for our meeting. We're holding our meetings in a hybrid format with both in-person and virtual participation. Items will be taken in order that they are listed on the agenda. With our hybrid meeting format, the public comment procedures are as follows. Excuse me. In-person speakers will be called first, in the order in which speaker cards are turned in to our city clerk. Speaker cards are located at the back table in the council chambers and must be turned in to the city clerk at the dais. Please be sure to indicate the agenda item number you wish to speak on. Virtual attendees who have joined us by Zoom will be called after the in-person comments have been given. Detailed instructions for public comment will be provided on the screen when the time for public comment begins. I'd like to now ask our city clerk to call the roll.
Good evening. Councilmember Aguirre.
Here.
Councilmember Aiken.
Here.
Councilmember Howard.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Ceballos.
Here.
Councilmember Sturkin.
Here.
Vice Mayor Espinosa Garnica.
Here.
And Mayor G.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sturkin, would you do the honors of leading us in the pledge? Thank you, Councilmember Sturkin. Saying that all council members are present, there's no need for a B 2449 request, so we'll move on. This is the celebratory part of our council agenda. It's where we recognize community members, those that have done a lot for our community, and other special events. So we have three presentations this evening. First item, 5A, is the recognition of winners of the Climate Action and Climate Resiliency Video Contest by the City of Redwood City's Public Works Division. Tonight, we're recognizing the winners of our second annual Climate Action and Climate Resiliency Video Contest winners. Public Works Superintendent City Muyano Donre will accompany me in giving a brief presentation, and then we'll ask the winners to join us at the podium to receive their awards and take a photo. Let's see, Cindy, are you? There you are. Okay, thank you. Let me get going here to slide number 2. We ready?
Yep.
There we go. Great. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Mayor G. Good evening, council members, city staff, and members of the community. In celebration of Earth Day, Vicky and I are thrilled tonight to be presenting the winners of our Sustainability Video Contest. Like last year, we invited 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students to create a video aimed at educating their peers about actions they can take to move the city towards greater climate resiliency. I would like to invite Mayor G in front of the dais to present the certificate to our wonderful winners tonight. First place goes to Goyo Alvarez, 6th grade, who is homeschooled by his parents, Julie and Gregorio Alvarez. Goyo went above and beyond and built a miniature Minecraft world to show us how everyday action can conserve water and make a resilient future. We can play the video now. Click.
What should I do today? I'll water my lawn. Again. Conserve water. I'll plant some cactus. Yay! I'm gonna take a nice bath. Nice pool. Wait, I should conserve water. I'll take a short shower instead. Yay! Time for my daily car washing. Wait, no, that wastes way too much water. I'll wash it just today and then won't wash it until next month. That's better.
All right, I would like to congratulations, Goyo. All right. Second place citywide goes to 7th grader Caitlin Wang from Clifford School, a returning champion who won first place last year as a 6th grader. Her video this year focuses on saving water in schools. Caitlin, please come for your award. No video. Third place citywide goes to 2 returning champions, the team of Katie Latora and Tasha Tam, who are also 7th grader at Clifford Elementary. Katie and Tasha's videos show us how much water the city can potentially save if we just take shorter showers. Katie and Tasha, please come up for your awards. All right, last but not least, this year we have an additional honorable mention category. This award goes to Olivia Alvarez, who is a 4th grade homeschooled by her parents, Julie and Gregorio. Olivia was so excited by her brother's Goyo's videos project that she decided to make one on her own. Olivia, can you please come up for your award?
Oh no, there's a drought. There is less water. Here are things you could do to save water in a drought. 1. Collect rainwater. 2. Water your lawns less. 3. Drought-resistant plants. 4. Take shorter showers. Oh no, there is a flood. Here are things you can do in a flood. 1. Get sandbags. 2. Clear your gutters. 3. Check for leaks. 4. Get an emergency kit. We hope these tips will help you with droughts and flooding.
At this time, I would like to invite the rest of the council members to have a group picture with the winners. right. All the videos will be posted on the city's website, so please visit our website to check them out. And just an FYI, we picked the topic before the abundance of rain, so pardon. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations to the winner.
Cindy, thank you and your team. Thank you to all of our students. Fabulous. I could not do that when I was at your age, so wow, incredible, absolutely amazing. Our next item for this evening is a proclamation honoring Redwood City's Park and Arts Foundation on its 10th anniversary. Wow, 10 already. It seems like yesterday. Tonight, we're also celebrating the Park and Arts Foundation. They're a key partner of the city's Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department in advocating and advancing support for parks, programming, community services, and arts in our community. I'd like to read a few excerpts from the proclamation. Whereas the Redwood City Park and Arts Foundation has financially sponsored startup projects organizing volunteers to support the city's Parks Department and RWCPAF events, hosting highly anticipated annual community events, and supporting other programs and events that align with the Foundation's mission. And whereas the Foundation manages an arts programming plan at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative Community Space, coordinates the Kindness Ambassador Program, and manages and sponsors community programming for the Redwood City Magical Bridge Playground located in Red Morton Park, all of which has provided meaningful experiences for residents and visitors alike. And whereas the Foundation has contributed significantly to the development, maintenance, and preservation of the city's parks, recreational facilities, community services, cultural activities, and the arts, making Redwood City a better place to live, work, and visit. Now, therefore, that I, as Mayor of Redwood City, on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Redwood City, do hereby proclaim our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Redwood City Park and Arts Foundation for its unwavering support, dedication, and contributions to the City of Redwood City Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department and the community on the occasion of their 10th anniversary. We applaud the Park and Arts Foundation for its commitment to fostering a vibrant and inclusive community, and we look forward to its continued success in the years to come. I'd like to welcome the Redwood City Park and Arts Foundation President, Pamela Estes, to the podium to accept this proclamation and to offer a few comments. Pamela?
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So thank you, Mayor G. I appreciate it very much and making time to recognize the Parks and Arts Foundation tonight. So this is recognizing our 10th anniversary, and as we reflect on our journey, we're proud to have reached the milestone since about 30% of nonprofits that started in 2012 are now defunct. So I'm Pamela Estes. I'm the president of the board, and I'd like to acknowledge and introduce our incredible team. We have Sheila Sapiro, who's the vice president, if Sheila wants to stand for a second, and then Pam Beard, secretary, who couldn't be here, Lisa Schofield, Magical Bridge Playground Kindness Ambassador Coordinator, who's here, Lori Hart, Magical Music and Motion Event Coordinator, who's here, and Courtney Rappaport, who's here. The board has the help of a part-time administrative assistant named Cheryl Marilich, and at the heart of the organization is volunteerism. We almost exclusively operate on the time of volunteers. The board members are all volunteers, and some other exceptional volunteers upon whom we rely are Lisa Duncan, who's the Chalk Festival coordinator, and Jeannie Schreiber, who does a lot of the graphic design for us. Our mission at the Redwood City Parks and Arts Foundation, in part, is to support the city's Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. We're grateful for our partnership with the director, Chris Beth, and assistant director, Lucas Wilder, and their amazing staff who've been incredibly supportive of the foundation over our journey. And time doesn't allow me to be comprehensive, to go through highlights of the last 10 years, but I'm going to do a quick run through. Number one, we want to just say that we're proud to support the city in many different ways. One of those is hosting events like these that are listed on the screen. And some of the other events that we do is we've made grants to capital improvements. for things that allow the city to do a better job of serving the community. And we have funded numerous improvements over the last 2 years, totaling around $650,000. We've also served as a fiscal sponsor for a number of projects over the years to help them better serve the community and allow them to build capacity. So other things that we've done is we went too fast. Brought beauty to the community through different murals. We have commissioned, and then some that we have co-partnered with the Arts Foundation or the Arts Commission on. And then one of our latest projects that we're really proud of is the mosaic mural in the Magical Bridge Playground, which had about 700 volunteers that touched that project. Some of our signature events that we do are the Chalk Festival. Again, I'm getting trigger happy. Sorry. I should have let you do it. We talked about it. The Chalk Festival, which is a free event for professional and amateur artists on Courthouse Square at the July 4th celebration. Then the other event that we host is Family Campout, another signature event in Red Morton Park, which brings young and old together for an old-fashioned night of camping. We've had campers as old as 82 and as young as 3 months. Picnic en Blanc is our signature fundraiser that we've hosted for probably the last 7 or 8 years. And this, unlike many other nonprofits, is not a fundraiser for ourselves. This is a fundraiser for the community. And we've raised about $137,000 through Picnic en Blanc. And in addition to Picnic en Blanc, we've done other fundraisers where we've actually raised over $98,000 for Music on the Square, over $75,000 for rent relief during the COVID pandemic for our neighbors who didn't qualify for other programs. We raised over $89,000 to fund that mosaic mural and over $30,000 for Magical Bridge Playground construction. We also, as was mentioned by Mayor G, we manage the programming at the Magical Bridge Playground, so we're really proud of that. And then also, most of all, we can't do what we do without volunteers, and so we do love our volunteers. We organize about 210 volunteer spots each year to help staff foundation and city-sponsored events. So that's about 2,100 volunteer spots over the past 10 years. And just since 2021, when the Magical Bridge Playground has been opened, we've increased that by about 750 volunteer shifts. So even though we've been around about 10 years, you'd be surprised to know that a lot of people in the community still don't know that we exist or who we are, and those who may have heard of us think that we're an arm of the city. So we would like to change that. We're a 501c3 charitable foundation that only exists because of the charity of our community. And so we hope that you will help us spread the word and do some of these things that are written on the screen. And so I just want to thank you for your support of the council and of the community, and we look forward to serving another 10 years in our city. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Can the board members come on up for a second? Chris? Council, you want to come on down? Again, congratulations. Everybody at the Park and Arts Foundations looks fabulous for being 10 years old, so great. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the leadership. Thank you to all the volunteers for helping make Redwood City a great place to live. Our last presentation for this evening is on our PACE program, presented by Redwood City Together and the Police Activities League. Our director for Redwood City Together, Rafael Avendano, and the Police Activities League Executive Director, Ivan Martinez, we're partners with the city on a new program called PACE, Purposeful Action, Creation, and Engagement, to provide guidance and development to our young people and empower them in their future endeavors. I'll turn the presentation over to Raphael and Ivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hello, Council. Thank you, Ivan. Good evening, City Council, community, city staff. My name is Rafael Avendaño. I'm the Executive Director of Redwood City Together, and I'm here with my community colleague, Ivan Martinez, the Executive Director of the Police Activities League. And today we're going to talk about the Purposeful Action Creation Engagement Plan, which was co-constructed with our community. We're very proud to say that. Not only was it constructed with some of the folks that you see on leadership here, but also with the youth that are out in the community and our community-based organization partners. And this all started, here's the slides. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Ivan. Last spring, when youth downtown who were on bikes led to some safety concerns, primarily around them just riding in front of traffic or engaging negatively with some community members. But the flashpoint really happened on Friday, May 20th. It was on the same night at the Fox Theater we were hosting Malala Yousafzai, and Nobel Prize winner. And unfortunately, the youth in downtown were on bikes, and they were lighting off fireworks, and they were vandalizing public and commercial property. And that led to some arrests, some safety concerns, some community concerns, and constituents. And so what we did was we responded in a way of trying to listen, first and foremost. I used to be the executive director or program director of the Siena Youth Center. And one of the things I learned most when working there was to listen, learn, and respect our young people. And that's what we did. We asked them, what's going on? So we got to know them. And one of them said, this is here at City Hall, when we asked him to come in, I just want to give a major shout out to an officer who was also in the building with me listening to these youth, Officer Aaron Sussman, who's here in the back. Thank you, Aaron. I know you're back there. And one of the youth said, we feel like Peter Pan lost boys and girls because the city does not have any resources for us that we can afford. And that touched us. That touched us, and it activated us, Ivan and I. And we responded by getting to know them more on Friday nights, being able to buy them pizza, buy them some food that they wanted, but also listen to them to co-construct this PACE plan. And we invited not only the bike leaders, but we invited community-based organization partners and youth experts like Live in Peace out of East Palo Alto to help us build this plan, which primarily what they were saying, what they needed was they wanted some support with jobs. They wanted social services. A lot of the youth were chronic absentee at school. That means they weren't going to school. That means they weren't going to school during the summer and before. So they wanted to know, how can school be constructed for me, right? They also talked about just having a place to belong in their own city, right? And that truly led us to construct this plan, which really focused on the root cause of what is their downtown for them, right? And happy to say that we got after it through a lot of evenings, through a lot of late nights and listening. We constructed a plan with 5 goals to ensure that youth had a space where they could have a non-traditional space to learn, a place for them to go hang, to either strength train, to either ride a bike with somebody that they trust in the community, to find a place where they could get a job. And no better partner than PAL stepped up. And, they were the PAL. That wasn't in my notes, but you are a good PAL. They provided youth ages 12 to 24. That's right. Some of these youth were 7th grade that just needed a place to belong. 12 to 24, opportunities from the co-lead spaces. How do we find ways for officers to engage with them in a positive light? Right, and that's where Officer Sussman stepped in. He's from the community. He's out on the beat all the time. So riding bikes with the youth, right? That mattered. And last but not least, increased youth serving amenities in the Redwood City corridor. Right now, there isn't much. So we had to jump in and provide those spaces for them and meet them halfway, be the bridge. And with that, that's where Ivan's approach with PAL and his amazing team stepped in to be our partner.
Thanks, Raphael. There was really only one way to approach this as a youth developer. We knew that we had to move at the speed of trust. we wanted to invest immediately in the relationships that we had with the youth. And so we found mentors in the community that can lead classes, activities, opportunities that really interested the youth, that brought them in. Some of those Rafael already mentioned, whether it was in sports, in a podcast, strength training. And then we went out into the community and found the right partnerships. So thanks to Redwood City Together, Live in Peace in East Palo Alto, who are experts in the bike life culture, Fresh Lifelines for Youth, our Friends for Youth, and then we have a core advisory group of about 6 nonprofit organizations that we meet on a monthly basis to continue to give us advice and bring their expertise into this equation. And lastly, we just wanted to build opportunities for mentorship and employment. So very happy to say that some of those same youth that we have been working with receive jobs either at PAL, at Redwood City Together, at REACH, and which is now leading to our summer program, which I'll mention shortly, all around youth employment. And it was just, at the end of that equation was to equal community respect. We wanted to show them that someone was here stepping up to take care of them, and ultimately we wanted them to take care of our community as well. Some of our current challenges, there's still a lot of work to do, are that we are continuing to identify support staff. A lot of the youth need individualized attention, so we still need the caseworkers, the one-on-one support. We need weekend programming staff, downtown staff, because our staff are already working full 8-10-hour day shifts, and on top of that, we're asking them to show up on the weekends. This is a non-traditional approach that we have here, and so it requires non-traditional working hours. Multiple times I've been downtown with Officer Sussman, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 p.m., 12 a.m., almost getting me divorced one of these days, right? So it's true. And so, and spaces we need public areas to host more spaces downtown. Luckily, we've had one of our local developers, actually Premier Capital, who is here in downtown, pretty much gave us the keys and their parking lots and said, "Here, have at it." Right? We know liability sometimes is a huge issue for folks to provide their space, but they were willing to work with us and made it happen. In just last week? Mm-hmm. Last week, we hosted our first ride out from East Palo Alto to downtown Redwood City, and it was a huge success. He's moving. I don't know where he's at, guys.
There you go.
As we continue to do this work and we want to reimagine the way that we provide our services here, we really need that city long-term investment. We've gained so much trust from our youth right now, and we can't lose this by not having the programs ready beyond the summer. We need a more variety of culturally responsive youth programs, and what that means is that we want to co-create these spaces that include folks with similar lived experiences that our current youth have, so that mentorship can actually be fully activated. And lastly, we need increased engagement in after-school sports and enrichment. We need early access. We want more field space. Chris, I know you're here. You're working on that for us, right? Can you just magically make some field space appear? And we want to just capture them early on so that we can keep them engaged. Where are we at? Some milestones for you guys. This summer, we're going to be piloting our first, it's called the YE program, Youth Employment, Education, and Empowerment, with the San Mateo County Office of Education. And they're helping us fund this program, where our kids are going to get some 3 weeks of job readiness training, and then they're going to be launched into the community with paid internships. A lot of our police department and many of our first responders are working with us to go through some Positive Coaching Alliance training, so that we can start to see more of our first responders out in the community coaching some of our youth, and continuing to build those relationships. We're hosting the Ride Out events with Live in Peace. We have our classes that are happening on a weekly basis. Like we mentioned, a lot of our youth on bikes are getting jobs. We've penciled in about $400,000 in philanthropic support for this program for this year, which was beyond our expectations. So we really want to thank everybody that stepped up. And then PACE was just recently featured on the All-American City Award application. So we're happy that was mentioned.
And going into our impact, as far as since we engaged how youth-related calls actually went down from May till December, this dashboard tells you that when we engaged, we just try to get to know the kids, get to know where they're at. And that engagement led to 26% reduction in youth-related calls in downtown corridor. This dashboard is primarily just for the downtown area. And we were able to get it thanks to the PD. All disturbances went down 24%. We were also able to lower the amount of vandalism that happened in our area. And I'm using my papers here. I'm having fun, y'all. And if I go to the next slide here, petty theft and shoplifting also went down about 18%. But the big one is the fireworks. It was causing a lot of ruckus with our business owners. That went from 27 from May to down to 1 in December, down 96%. So the pace matters. We're just meeting them where they're at. And these are our next steps.
So we're already thinking past the summer and what that looks like. We need to have those programs ready, as I mentioned before. We still need community members to come join our PAL team to help staff or volunteer a lot of these activities. And we're going to continue partnering with our community-based organizations. Again, huge shout out, because I know that PAL ends up getting a lot of the credit, but in reality, there's so many people behind this operation, and we're truly grateful for their support. And we're a nonprofit. We seek new funding opportunities every day. And I think that concludes our presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Rafael, Ivan, thank you very much for all of your investment in our young people, coming together with our city, our PD, the volunteers, and the donors for making a huge difference in our downtown, and let's work together to keep it going, man. So any quick questions or comments from council? Vice Mayor.
Hello. I don't have questions because I'm on the Road City Together Council, and so I'm very much involved in this. And I just really want to say thanks to our team here, and just make the point that it goes to show that if you meet people where they're at, there will be great outcomes. We can't, especially that they're kids, and a lot of them were brown kids. Like, often they don't get the opportunity to lead after they make a mistake. There's the over-policing. There's just been so much projected onto these kids that they absorb. And they're so young, so causing disturbances is part of adolescence. And if we try to criminalize adolescence, these kids will never fully develop to be well-adjusted people. So I think for everyone who's involved in policy, makes policy, it just goes to show that when you give folks like these kids the opportunity, they will try and save themselves and their community. So I'm just very thankful for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other? Councilmember Aguirre, then Councilmember Howard.
Thank you both, Rafael and Ivan. I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of what you bring to Redwood City, and our youth really need this space, need a space for them, but not isolated. They need to be part of who we are as a community, not just put them in a parking lot or a space. I think there have to be events and things that they feel that they're part of it. Like an example is when we have Fiestas Patrias, it's a multi-generational event, and a lot of others. And so that's kind of what you want to create, but where they feel welcome. And nothing better than having two young people to connect with them like both of you. So thank you very much. Keep up the good work, and I hope we can support you as much as we can and help you find other funding to make sure that these programs happen where they are.
Thank you, Councilmember Aguirre. Councilmember Howard.
Thank you. I agree with what my colleagues have said. I just wanted to say thank you, Rafael, Ivan, and all your partners behind the scenes, sitting in the audience, and people at home. All of it takes a village. We know that. And I was there the night that this first really began, and I remember how terrified people were in the Fox Theater, not knowing what was happening outside. Nothing like that had ever happened in our city before. And instead of feeling like we have to be punishing or find someone to punish, I should say, instead the tact was police and your organizations took the idea that there's a need here and we need to address it, and we can do it so that the people who were involved have something to make them feel valued in our community. So I'm downtown all the time, and I see all ages mingling, talking, sharing space the way our downtown always should have been, not dominated by one group or another. And I'm really so happy to see the change and the transformation, in large part due to the work that you've done. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. Councilmember Martinez Ceballos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rafael Ivan, for all of your hard work. I was also there that night when Malala was here speaking, and felt very conflicted that people inside the theater were worried about what was happening outside, and of course, these kids are from my community too, and my neighborhood. So I love the approach that you're doing. I think you all are showing that just being there for these kids in small ways, buying them a slice of pizza, makes all the difference, right? So I just had one quick question about the downtown sites that you all are using with Premia. I think their site isn't going to be coming online anymore for the rooftop sort of soccer field that they had in mind, but just curious what you have all ID'd. Is there anything on the bike routes that you're now traveling down, anything along the way there that you could all use?
Yeah, we found out about that, and the good news is that Premia has been, they've been very attentive to the situation, and they've been very supportive, and so they've found ways to just all the workarounds, and they've continued to, tell us about the different sites that they have, the lots, and going back to Alicia Aguirre's point was that we weren't trying to take them out of downtown. For that very reason, we're continuing to identify these places downtown with our businesses, right? Because that's where they've been, and that's where they feel like, they want to feel that sense of belonging. And so we're going to continue to work with other folks, and we welcome, more developers or, some of the businesses that are ready to work with the kids.
Thank you for that response, Ivan. And just, again, echoing my colleagues, thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ceballos. Councilmember Sturkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Rafael and Ivan. It's a really successful program. And this is my district. This is our district. And so it's really important to me and to my neighbors. And I wanted to say I really appreciate the approach of co-creating the programming and activities with the kids. And this is something I heard on the campaign trail, the need for more teen activities. So you're doing that, and I really appreciate that. And I just want to echo Councilmember Aguirre's comments that I'm here to support in any way I can, and I would agree that we are here to support in any way we can. And I just have one quick question. Is there any way that we can make the routes that y'all are taking on bike rides safer and create more, safe routes?
They don't get any safer when you have the PD escorting us while we're riding the bikes. So I'm sure those are the other routes that Rafael's working on.
Yeah. Going into our Safe Routes to School initiative as part of Redwood City Together we've been definitely working with the Office of Transportation here and also the Office of Transportation in San Mateo County to identify ways that youth could be more aware of, like wearing a helmet, just the simple things too, right? Wearing a helmet, making sure that they know that they can't affect traffic in a certain way. And so we're definitely doing a response towards creating, you could say, social media blast to, because everyone now has a phone, right? So it's a good way to respond to them, but also making sure that they feel supported by the PD is another thing, and also fire and our public servants. We're all public servants here who work for the city, so it's like they also see me as one of them. So I think it's about us meeting them at the table, and I think Ivan's leading a really great effort with his team of creating those spaces with youth at the table. So it's really exciting to see where this is going to go and recommendations they're going to bring up, because we don't know them all yet. I think we're still waiting to see how that fizzles out, because we need to, again, honor that voice, choice, and leadership that they have. I think that's the power behind this program, is that it's theirs. We're here as former PACE kids, actually, but at the end of the day, it's also, we want them to come up here in the future. That's the dream. That's the goal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sturkin. And so, Rafael and Ivan, thank you. And maybe at the end of the summer, whoever steps up to be the leader, they can come visit with us in the August-September timeframe and letting us know how the summer went for them.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Very good. Thank you for all the hard work. Appreciate it. Moving on to item number 6 on our agenda is public comment on the consent calendar, matters of council interest, and items not on the agenda. If you're attending in person, please fill out a speaker card and submit it to the city clerk here at the dais. And if you're attending virtually, feel free to raise your hand on Zoom or press 9 if you're joining by phone. I'll turn this over now to our city clerk to facilitate public comment. This is just for items not on the agenda, consent, or matters of council interest. So, Pamela?
Thank you, Mayor G. As stated, there's some instructions on the screen for how to participate in public comment. And we'll first take public comment for those who have joined us in person and who have submitted a speaker card. Again, as Mayor G indicated, if you've come to speak on item 8A, the Redwood Life project proposal, you will be able to make your public comment on that item when it's called later in the agenda. This is public comment now for consent items, items not on the agenda, and matters of council interest. I do have 3 cards. And I will call 2 names at a time. And please come up to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to make your comments. There's timer lights in the upper left-hand corner of the podium. You'll get 2 minutes. When you see the yellow light, that means you have 1 minute left. And so you should wrap up your comments, or 30 seconds. 30 seconds, I'm sorry. And then the red light means your time has expired. And then if you've joined us on Zoom, you can start raising your hand now. Keep your hand raised, and we will get to you after the in-person speakers. First is Rona Gundrum, followed by Ed Evans.
Good evening, Mayor G., members of City Council, staff, and members of the community. I'd first like to congratulate the committees and staff who worked so diligently to make Redwood City the first city in San Mateo County to officially have an approved housing element, as well as be the recipient of pro-housing designation. I know the hard work is ongoing as the city moves toward the housing element implementation in the coming months. At this time, I would also like to request that the City Council pull consent item 7I for further discussion and consideration. Staff is predicting significant budget shortfalls in the coming years. Perhaps City Council can take a closer look at reducing some costs now, starting with item 7I. Given that DEI is a guiding principle and that staff in all departments are doing excellent work in addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that there are 3 full-time DEI employees at the city, 1 equity and inclusion officer, and 2 equity and inclusion fellows who can do the necessary trainings, perhaps using the materials that the same consultant used in the past. Is spending $250,000 on this consultation really necessary? I do understand the value of engineer consultations, but not for the same consultant who has done the same training previously, for which we may have materials. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rona. Our next speaker is Ed Evans, to be followed by Erica Engel.
Good evening, Mayor G. and City Council. My name is Ed Evans. I'm representing NorCal Carpenters Union Local 217 and the thousands of hardworking carpenters working in and around San Mateo County. Like the rest of the state, Redwood City is struggling under the burden of a shortage of housing, particularly affordable housing. Fortunately, a remedy for the housing crisis will be taking effect on July 1st of this year. AB 2011, the Affordable Housing and High Roads Jobs Act of 2022, is one of the most important housing laws passed in California in the last 10 years. Residential developers who choose to invoke AB 2011 will benefit from streamlined compliance with CEQA and overburdensome zoning regulations that have long choked off the development of new working-class housing in the state. In return for this expedited entitlement process, developers will agree to comply with affordability requirements and the following labor standards. In private residential work for a project of any size, all construction workers shall be paid at least the general prevailing wage, except apprentices registered in state-approved programs. The development proponent shall ensure that the prevailing wage requirement is included in all contracts. and all contractors and subcontractors shall pay prevailing wage applicable wage rates to journey persons and apprentices and maintain and verify payroll records pursuant to the California Labor Code. In addition, projects of 50 or more housing units shall meet the following labor standards. A contractor with construction craft employees shall either participate in an apprenticeship program approved by the State of California Division of Apprenticeship Standards or request the dispatch of apprentices from a state-approved apprenticeship program under the terms and conditions set forth in the California Labor Code. Each contractor with construction craft employees shall make health care expenditures for each employee. California does not have nearly enough housing, and especially affordable housing. Something was needed to break the housing logjam that has been strangling the state. AB 2011 is that remedy. The business and development community will benefit from AB 2011 by getting their projects entitled years sooner, and there'll be plenty of local work for our local workers. And yeah,
Thank you, Ed. If you want to send the remainder of your comments to the council, you can do that at council@redwoodcity.org. Our next speaker is Erica Engel. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you. Hi. I just want to speak on the agenda of improved safety for our community in terms of transportation and bicycle roads and lanes. So I want to say that it's time to set some more aggressive goals for a better Redwood City that includes improved transportation and safety for the community. We just heard about Lester Lagarda killed on Kenyatta Road. There was a hit and run on 1100 Veterans Boulevard. These aren't cyclists in accidents with cars. They are humans being hit and killed by other humans. And we shouldn't have to have this happen to see that we need to make change in our community and on our roads, and there shouldn't be one more death in our community because of this. We don't need pilot programs for traffic calming projects or surveys for slow street programs. There are proven studies, articles, and books on how we can improve our roads and transportation safety. Take, for example, the Dutch Crow Design Manual for Bicycle Traffic. Being able to bike without psychological or tangible dangers can improve the health of our community, cost less in future infrastructure improvements, and reduce traffic overall for everyone. It is cheaper to own and maintain a bicycle, which is great for a community of varying income levels. Cars are not getting smaller, they're getting bigger, and that makes it harder to see pedestrians and increased risk of fatal crashes. It is also more detrimental to set up bicycle infrastructure that is unsafe and unstructured. Paint is not infrastructure than it is to make protected bike lanes and true bicycle paths. Not to mention how much more accessible it is for the entire community. Not everyone can drive a car, whether they're too young, too old, disabled, what have you. We are all one community. It is not a cyclist versus a car versus a pedestrian. So let's make ours better for everyone and improve our city's current infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. That concludes our in-person speakers. And now we'll turn to our speakers who have joined us by Zoom. Please continue to raise your hand until you are called. There'll be a timer on the screen. You'll each get 2 minutes to provide your comments. I'll call 2 names at a time. Our first speaker is Chris Robel, who will be followed by Loriana Kastroff. Welcome, Chris.
Hi, good evening, Council. So I think everybody knows that there are multiple consultants that have been hired by the city to look at ways to increase utility rates and taxes for residents and for hopefully businesses as well. So I want to, obviously that's hopefully can be avoided to the fullest extent through first cost reduction. And so I want to first go back to a council meeting, I think the last council meeting, where there was an expenditure of $1 million for furniture. So I looked a little bit more into that and looking at open data, and 87% of the workers' comp claims are coming from fire, police, and public works. So these are people that are not sitting in chairs all day having repetitive stress injuries, I would guess. So it's only 13% of the employees that are office workers. And backing up, that was the reason why we're getting this new furniture is because of workers' comp claims. So I don't think that's really going to fix the problem. And then furthermore, I understand that the employees, at least for some departments, are only in the office 2 or 3 days a week. For example, the attorneys, when I called. So I don't know if these are, I assume these are going not into their homes, but into the offices. So it's not really going to fix this problem. So that $1 million, I really question, is there any way, I mean, it's never a bad time to reconsider a bad decision. So I would really question whether that's in this era of tough financial decisions, can we claw that back? Secondly, there's I counted a little over $6 or $7 million of stuff on consent. I hope there's some thoughtful discussion about any of those items that can be pulled. I think some of those should be on action. But anyway, I hope that you'll really go through these with a fine-tooth comb and figure out where you can not spend money, just like families are having to make tough trade-offs. I think Rona Gundrum gave a very good example. If there's a consultant that gave training and we already spent $250,000, we don't need to renew that for another $250,000. Have one of the staff members provide that training that we already have the benefit of. Please, belt tightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Loriana Kostroff, followed by Adrian Brandt.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor G and council members. I'm Loriana Kastrop, Vice Chair of the Redwood City Port Commission. I'm here to invite you and our entire community to the first ever lighted drone show to be held at the Port of Redwood City on Saturday, May 6th. This event is free to the public. Come in the late afternoon for live music, including Momotombo, starting at 3:30 p.m., and the e-ticket band, starting at 7 p.m. There will also be several food trucks and even beer and wine for sale. Then, after dark, around 8:45 p.m., there will be over 100 lighted drones performing a 12 to 15-minute aerial show with a maritime theme. Remember to bring your folding chair, picnic blanket, jacket, and whatever you need to be comfortable on our large lawn area. Carpool if you can, because parking may fill up, and the port hopes that this will be an annual event. So please come out and make the drone show a big success. The website for more details is redwoodcityport.com/drone show, all one word, DRONESHOW. Thank you for your time and support of the Port of Redwood City.
Thank you, Loriana. Our next speaker is Adrian Brandt, who will be followed by a caller with the last 4 digits of the phone number 6203. Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor G. I wanted to share with you and the public what's going on in Menlo Park and Palo Alto with regards to train horns. Train horns by law are required to sound 4 times for every crossing. And as most of us know, Caltrain is planning to increase service after its electrification and bringing more trains. They'll be quieter trains, but the horns will be just as loud. Federal law mandates that they're 96 to 110 decibels. So there will be no difference in the train noise when the electrification goes into effect. Menlo Park residents and businesses and developers near the train tracks, the developers have kicked in money for a train horn quiet zone study, as is on other railroads around the country and up north on the SMART system. And City Council, we're having a study session tomorrow evening, Menlo Park Council, with an excellent staff report that is online for anyone to peruse. But the upshot is that their consultant, Kimley Horn, using money from the Greenheart development adjacent to the tracks, has determined that they can implement a train horn quiet zone across the entire city. They have 4 crossings for $4 million. And that would be to add what's known as quad gates to their 2 busiest crossings. And basically the CPUC and the FRA, the regulatory agencies, will permit a train horn quiet zone as long as the risk index is lower with the quiet zone than it was before with mandatory horn blowing. And so the $4 million installs extra safety equipment to make the 4 crossings as a whole safer than they are today without mandatory train horn blowing. And I would remind everyone that the train horns may still be blown just as they are for cars and trucks for cause. So it doesn't mean that they cannot be used for emergencies. Anyway, I want Redwood City to also look into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Our next speaker is caller with phone number 6203 as the last 4 digits, who will be followed by Barbara Valley. You can press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Michael Ochoa, and I'm a field representative for Local 217, Carpenter's Local 217. I'd like to speak a little about AB 20. AB 20, AB 2011 residential developments be strictly limited to underutilized commercial properties located adjacent to transit corridors, not in single-family neighborhoods. AB 2011 will introduce a total of 180,000 acres of corridor-adjacent land for mixed-income residential and mixed-use developments throughout California. This could increase the state's capacity of market-feasible housing development opportunities by 1.6 to 2.4 million homes, including up to 400,000 income-restricted affordable homes that require no government subsidy. By developing housing on outdated, underutilized commercial properties, many of which are parking lots, AB 2011 could increase net local and state tax revenues statewide. Any sale tax revenues losses would be offset by increased property tax revenues from residential and mixed-use redevelopment. The resulting reassessments could average more than 20 times current property assessments, and these revenues could be used to underwrite bonds for local services, infrastructure, transit, open space, and more. AB 2011 supports state environmental goals by promoting new homes on corridors with significant improvements over greenfield development. It is estimated that households on commercial corridors would use 40% less water, drive 30% less miles, and produce up to 45 fewer greenhouse gas emissions than typically greenfield housing development. Retail and business activity on corridors will be supported by increased local population and activity, some of which would be accommodated in the ground floor retail space of new mixed-use development. Thanks to AB 2011, the staggering costs of housing in California are likely to be reduced as a result of streamlined permitting and increased housing supply. AB 2011.
Thank you, Mike, for your comments. Your time has expired, but you can send your comments to the council at council@redwoodcity.org. Our next speaker is Barb Valley, who will be followed by Gita Dev. Welcome, Barbara. Barbara, go ahead and try to unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. Good evening. Last October, an ordinance setting a 45-day temporary moratorium on retail gun sales was approved. The following month, it was amended and extended to October 23rd of this year, so staff could do research and there could be public outreach. Last month, one of the public outreach meetings, the one that was held in English, was held in person only. So was the one in Spanish. But the first meeting, the English only meeting, there were some 12 people that attended. And I heard that the city is proposing retail firearm sales that to be allowed 300 feet from schools, childcare facilities, etc., rather than 1,000 feet as had been discussed. And also 600 feet from Courthouse Square, which is Redwood City's living room. And I find that unacceptable. The city will present their recommendations and their findings at the Planning Commission next Tuesday. And then 3 weeks later, it'll be back here for discussion and approval, and will go into effect in June. I'm wondering, why such a hurry? Are you scared of litigation from Maria Rutenberg and the Second Amendment group? This has nothing to do with the Constitution and everything to do with land use. So I think it's time to put on your big boy briefs and your big girl panties and be brave. There are 6 months left before the temporary moratorium expires, which is certainly enough time to have 1 or 2 additional hybrid public meetings before proceeding and approving this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Gita Dev, who will be followed by Viren. Welcome, Gita.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor G and City Council members. I want to harken back to something the very first speaker started on, which was I want to congratulate Redwood City on the housing element of passing a housing element. It's the only city, and I am so proud of you. I think it's wonderful. I also have been to the relocatable housing service center that Life Moves is doing, that has just opened, and I'm delighted. I know that people have said that Sierra Club had opposed it. That's not true. We only opposed a permanent structure. A relocatable is a terrific idea. It's relocatable over time as sea levels unpredictably rise or predictably rise. I will say one thing, though, that when I was there, it was on one of those extremely rainy days, and the road was flooded. Actually, I couldn't get to the homeless center. And I do know that in some other affordable housing, complexes, which are what do you call them? Portables. That in fact, because they've been flooded, they in fact have developed, toxic molds, black mold. So I think it's just something I'm very excited that it's there. I'm hoping that it's on high enough ground. This brings me to the item I really wanted to mention, which is One Shoreline today did their presentation on a template for policy for sea level rise for both the general plan as well as for the zoning. And I know that Redwood City does not have a risk assessment as yet. I know that we are working on it, and I'm hoping that the council will agendize that very soon.
Thank you,
Thank
Gita. Our next speaker is Viren, V-I-R-E-N. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, followed by Beth.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate everyone's time tonight. City Council, you guys work really, really hard continuously every week. You guys are there on time and attentive to the needs of the city. I'm here to support the Redwood Life project, the Longfellow project. I've gone to...
Excuse me, Viren. We are going to take public comment on that item later on in the meeting. If you don't mind joining us back then.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Our next speaker is Beth. Welcome, Beth.
Hi, my name is Beth, and I did want to voice my opposition to the Redwood Life, but I will wait and do that later. But I would also like to congratulate the board on the housing element. Clearly, it's a demonstration of Redwood City's progressive leadership. So I thank you, and I will join later on the Redwood Life issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate that. And Mayor G, there aren't any more raised hands, so that concludes our public comment.
Pamela, thank you for the assist with that, and thank you for everyone who took time to share their thoughts with council, either in person or virtually. We will now move on to our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are routine in nature and are approved by one motion. So let's start off. Are there any items that any council member needs to recuse themselves from? Not seeing any. Are there any items that council would like to pull for discussion on the consent? Councilmember Howard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 7I for clarification from our city manager about the item, please.
Okay, item 7I. Any other items anyone would like to pull? I'd like to entertain a motion then to approve consent calendar, all of them, except for item number 7I.
So moved.
It sounds like Councilmember Howard made the motion and Councilmember Martinez-Bios made the second. I think we can do an electronic vote this evening, so.
We need one. There we go. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On to item number 7I. Councilmember Howard, do you want to say something?
Thank you. Excuse me. I'd like to ask our city manager if she would address item 7I for further clarification of what the item is about.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is a contract for services that would amplify the work of our current staff who are supporting our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And it would include developing and administering training to all city employees. Our work to date has not included training for every city employee, and so this would be providing training available for all employees in all departments, as well as on an ongoing basis providing support for our workforce belonging efforts, which include employee affinity groups. There are some provisions as well to have the consultant provide consulting services and facilitation services for community meetings on an as-needed basis. It's over 2 years. It could be extended beyond that, so it would not be extended within 1 year. It's part of the overall work plan that has been previously presented to the City Council as part of our adopted equity work plan, and it's key to helping to reach the goals set in that plan.
So this would be a 2-year program, and I'm hoping, is it possible we could get updates maybe every 6 months, or, as you see benchmarks coming, because we want to be sure we're successful in spending the money and getting the outcomes we hope for. So if we could get some updates, I think that would be good for the public to hear.
We can certainly provide those updates, and those would also be discussion topics at the Council's Equity and Social Justice Committee, as well as our periodic updates on the equity work plan.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to move the motion, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Howard, second by Vice Mayor Espinoza-Garnica. Electronic vote, please.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'm going to take a moment to read what the council just did in 2 motions. Number 7A, award of contract for Redwood Avenue Sidewalk Curb and Gutter Improvement Project. Item 7B, amendment to agreement with Turbo Data Systems, Inc., dated January 28, 2022. Adopt a resolution approving the acceptance of grant funds from the National Fitness Campaign in the amount of $30,000 towards the installation of an outdoor fitness court. Refund 1090 Main Street Homeowners Association for overpayment of utility services. Item 7E, amendment number 1 to agreement for services with Life Moves for the Redwood City Coordinated Homeless Outreach Strategy Team to provide additional funding and staff resources. Item 7F, amendment number 1 to agreement for legal services with Murphy, Austin, Adams, Schoenfeld. Item 7G, agreements for services with professional engineering firms to provide on-call support for engineering and transportation services. Item 7H, amendments to term and compensation to agreement for professional services with West Coast Code Consultants, Inc., and agreement for professional services with True North Compliance Services for fiscal year 22-23. Item 7I, agreement with Libertiva, LLC for diversity, equity, and inclusion consultancy to support city diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Approve the April 3rd, 2023 City Council minutes. And item 7K, approve claims and checks from April 24th to May 8th, 2023, and the usual and necessary payments through May 8th, 2023. On to item 8, our study session, because I know everyone was here for consent, I think. Now, item 8A is our study session of the Redwood Life Research and Development project located at 800 to 3400 Bridge Parkway. Tonight's study session is regarding the Redwood Life Office Development Proposal. As we have several members of the public who have joined us tonight for this item, I would like to go over the process for the study session this evening. First, we'll hear staff's presentation, followed by a presentation from the project applicant. The applicant's presentation will be limited to 10 minutes and will be timed. Following the applicant's presentation, because there's a lot of interest in this item, we'll then take public comment, and finally, the council will provide its feedback. Reminder that tonight's situation is a study session, and no formal action will be taken by the City Council this evening. As it's been a while since we had large projects and maybe controversial projects, there's going to be probably a range of different thoughts and opinions in the council chambers tonight and on Zoom. We ask you that you listen and offer your comments respectfully. Council wants to hear all voices matter, as well as please direct your comments to the council. Before I turn the presentation over to our staff, I do want to say for the record, because it's already been asserted, I am not working for the project applicant, neither is my parent company. We have never done work for the project applicant. We are not doing any work for the project applicant, but I also have asked our city council to take a look at my situation. So before we get in that, for the record, I'd like to ask the city attorney to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, my office did look into whether he has a conflict of interest in the Redwood Life project, either due to his profession in the construction industry, including his financial interest in his company, or due to his residing in Redwood Shores, including his real estate interest in his residence. And neither of these form the basis for a conflict of interest that would require recusal. There is simply no reasonably foreseeable financial impact on the mayor's interest based on the facts that we have before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica, for that, for the record. Now I'd like to turn over the presentation to our Assistant City Manager, Alex Kujikian, to introduce the item, and planning staff, Ryan Kuchnik and Jeff Schwab, my apologies, will give the staff presentation. So Alex.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll kick it off from here. Members of the council, Alex Kojikian, Assistant City Manager and Acting Community Development and Transportation Director. The item before you this evening is a study session to discuss the Redwood Life project proposal in Redwood Shores. Tonight, planning staff will provide background and history of the Westport specific plan, including land use and zoning, details of the developer's proposal, briefly cover biosafety levels, discuss city council priorities and community benefits as it relates to the project proposal that's been submitted, community engagement conducted to date, and then talk about just overall next steps. And presenting this evening will be Ryan Kuchnik, our senior planner, and also Jeff Schwab, our community development assistant. And after that presentation, it will be followed by a presentation by the developer, Longfellow, who will have a 10-minute presentation for the council. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Ryan to get up here and kick off this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor G and council members. My name is Ryan Kuchnik. I'm the senior planner with the Community Development Department, or Community Development and Transportation Department. Today, as we talked about, we're here to discuss the Redwood Life proposal located at 800 and 3400 Bridge Parkway in the Redwood Shores neighborhood. Upon conclusion of my presentation, as Alex had mentioned, the applicant will give a presentation and there will be opportunity for public comments. But before we do that, we would like to return for council member feedback on the following questions. And I'll go ahead and read them for you. Does the city council have questions or individual feedback of the project proposal? Are there any additional topics related to the project proposal that need to be addressed? Does the City Council have questions or individual feedback regarding the proposed community benefit package? And does the City Council have questions regarding the steps to consider for the proposal, including initiate the repeal of the specific plan and development of a new precise plan, as well as commencing environmental review and city-led community engagement? So first, the setting. The subject site is located at the northwest corner of Redwood Shores, bordering Bridge Parkway and the Belmont Slough to the north and west. To the south and east lies Marine Parkway and multifamily residential uses, including townhomes. Island Drive runs through the middle of the site. And so to give a brief description, the project proposal includes the phased demolition of approximately 967,000 square feet of consisting of 20 buildings of R&D and life sciences, and a phased development of 3.31 million square feet for an R&D life sciences campus with a total of 15 buildings across 5 reconfigured parcels. The project includes the project includes a 104-room hotel and a 46,000 square foot amenities building. Approximately 29 acres of publicly accessible open space is provided, 15 of which are dedicated specific to public use. Each building would be designed as all electric and would achieve LEED Gold minimum standards. I will go into a bit more detail of the project later in my presentation. Next slide. First, I want to briefly describe the Westport specific plan that is currently in place for the site. This Westport specific plan was originally approved in 1985 for 13 research and development office buildings totaling approximately 1.25 million square feet of office space. However, an amended plan was adopted in 1995 to align with the existing development, which was ultimately constructed in 1996 and consists of 20 buildings and a reduced maximum square footage of approximately 980,000 square feet. The Westport specific plan includes standards for height and stories, as well as parking and landscaping. The plan area is split up into 3 zones, which include height regulations of up to 3 stories and 56 feet with varying setbacks required for taller buildings. Ultimately, the development that was built was only built up to 2 stories and, as I mentioned, a total of 967,000 square feet. Approximately 45 acres of the existing development lies on a former sanitary landfill, and however, the cap for the landfill occupies approximately 90% of the entire site, with the remaining 10% regulated by the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board and is described as a suspected contaminated fill as well. As part of this proposal, further environmental study would need to be performed to assess current conditions and implement any additional containment and construction measures to allow for the increased development. State regulations limit child care uses from locating on the former landfill site. In addition, on-site housing may not be desirable due to the existing constraints, environmental constraints associated with landfill sites and regulatory approvals. So in 2010, the general plan was amended in citywide, and the current land use designation is now described as commercial office professional technology. This designation provides for small and large-scale professional offices, including complexes and campuses that facilitate emerging and evolving technologies. The zoning has remained commercial park. However, in 2013, the CP zoning was intensified citywide to allow increased floor area ratio and height consistent with the 2010 general plan land use change. The commercial park zoning allows for an FAR of 0.8 or up to 1.0 with the provision of community benefits and a height of 5 stories or up to 8 with the consolidated master plan. The Westport specific plan, however, remains in place. So before I go into the project entitlements, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to talk about biosafety.
Thank you, Ryan. Good evening, Mayor G. and members of the council. Jeff Schwab. I wanted to take a moment, since we're talking about zoning, to talk about biosafety levels. First, I think it's important to note that currently R&D laboratories are a permitted use within the commercial parkland or zoning, as well as other zones that allow R&D labs, independent of BSL level. Bioscience labs exist today, and although most do operate at biosafety levels 1 and 2 at the lower end of the spectrum. Our research to date indicates that while labs may be built to accommodate higher BSL levels, that they are typically used at the BSL level 1 and 2. Some are commissioned and then decommissioned based on needed research and experimentation. Given the regional concentration of bioscience labs and the general softening of the office market, there's an increasing desire to design and build buildings that could accommodate R&D uses. There are 4 biosafety levels, 1 through 4. Each biosafety level requires defined security and safety measures, and each level builds additional measures on top to assure compliance with requirements. All biosafety facilities are regulated under building and fire codes. There are 3 basic occupancy types: an office occupancy, a laboratory occupancy, and then for hazardous materials, a hazardous occupancy. And depending on what is proposed in the lab, each building must meet those building and fire codes. Once the codes and the building construction is met, the applicants or the users also have to comply with the San Mateo County Certified Unified Program Agency, or CUPA, and they regulate the hazardous wastes and materials that are used on premises. Of course, everyone needs to comply with state and federal OSHA regulations, and then federal guidance is used from the CDC and the National Institutes of Health to design. They set the parameters for design of these facilities and ongoing operations. And at this point, I'll turn it back to Ryan to finish up on the entitlements.
So the project is requesting the following entitlements. They're not being considered tonight, but they are listed here. First, a repeal of the Westport specific plan and adoption of the new precise plan. The precise plan is being requested to allow for a new development that exceeds the Westport specific plan, but would meet general plan and zoning standards, with the exception of a proposed reduced parking rate. It also includes a rezoning to a planned community district, a development agreement for phased development plan over 25 years. So as currently proposed, the development agreement would include provisions to allow the project to be built over 7 phases over 25 years. The phasing plan would maintain certain existing buildings while new ones are constructed. Also, an environmental impact report, a vesting tentative map, and individual precise plan permits for each phase. The applicant will describe community benefits in a bit more detail, but I'll go ahead and state some of the basic elements. We will summarize them as well toward the end of the presentation. But to point out a few, the public parks that are being proposed includes recreational sports courts and passive open space areas, including improvements to the Bay Trail, financial support for childcare as part of an early phase, as well as the hotel that I had mentioned, which is targeted at a later phase under the current proposal. The project proposes to utilize community benefit provisions to allow the proposed 0.95% FAR and building height as well as increased building height as specified in the zoning. Public access would be provided through and around the site, including pedestrian and bike connections to existing marinas where possible. And the project would provide public usable open space adjacent to the water's edge that amounts to 19% of the project area. Additional enhancements include benches, trails, and wayfinding signs as well. So as required by the city code, a public access easement would be recorded to ensure public use for these portions of the project. And to further describe some of the amenity area, approximately 42.1 acres of the site is open space. However, 29 acres is considered publicly accessible. An 8-acre greenway is positioned along the eastern edge of the plan, adjacent to the neighboring community. These three separate parks facing the water will be dedicated for public use, and additional open spaces throughout the site would be privately owned but publicly accessible. As I mentioned earlier, the 46,000 square foot amenity center would be available to the public. The amenity building would include programming and public classes and activities in coordination with our city parks and recreation staff as proposed. And 3,000 square feet of the community of the building would be dedicated for community use only for meeting space. The applicant has been in contact with One Shoreline to determine sea level rises or sea level rise measures that can be implemented for the site. Consideration is being given for levee improvements. There are plans to raise the grade around the perimeter of the site from approximately 8 to 10 feet to 18 to 23 feet, and this would exceed end-of-century projections for sea level. The project is required to obtain review and a permit approval from the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, BCDC, as well as the San Carlos Airport Land Use Commission. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Jeff to talk about how the project compares to our city strategic priorities.
Thank you, Brian. I have the honor of going through the City Council priorities as the new person on the block so that I learn them all. The first area that we'll discuss tonight is affordable housing. The applicant's net new development on this site would typically require the payment of a housing impact fee in the amount of $55.6 million, approximately $55.6 million. An off-site alternative, however, is being contemplated by the applicant given the landfill history of the site. They have partnered with Eden Housing in attempts to locate off-site opportunities. Under the city's ordinance, 237 units targeted at moderate, low, and very low-income households would be required. However, the applicant hopes to provide more housing through this partnership. In addition to the required contribution, there would be there is a proposed $30 million community benefit that would be used to further affordable housing. The timing for this benefit at this point has not been determined, and that would be something to consider moving forward. Moving on to transportation, maybe. There we go. Whoop. In 2022, the City Council adopted a transportation demand management plan that requires projects of a certain size, and this one definitely is of the size, to adopt and implement a transportation demand program that includes strategies to reduce vehicle trips, and in particular single occupancy vehicle trips, to encourage other modes of transportation such as transit and access to transit through shuttles and passes, as well as serve to provide other modes of transportation that would provide the sort of the last mile linkages through bikes and scooters. A strong transportation demand plan is key to addressing community concerns due to congestion and access to the area given the two main entrance and exit points. Ongoing work continues with the applicant's transportation consultant to identify additional measures and concepts that can be put in place. In parallel, the city is considering collaboration efforts for area-wide solutions, and one of those may be a transportation management association that would cover both existing and proposed development in the area, not just within the city of Redwood City, but in Belmont and San Carlos. And the goal there would be to have better efficiencies and better sustainability over the long run, and potentially just better service to link to the Caltrain stations and other transit opportunities. Doesn't like that. Sorry. All right. Oop. Boy, it is touchy. There we go. In regards to council priorities for children and youth, and given that state law prevents child care facilities on top of landfills, the applicant has proposed a community benefit in the form of a $2 million child care investment and partnership with Build Up San Mateo County. They would, in turn, look for use this money to supply grants and to provide access to child care where it's needed most. Again, with this benefit, the city will need to consider the timing. I wanted to spend a moment on community engagement, inclusion, and outreach, and note that the applicant has held several community meetings and open houses to solicit feedback, and the community has responded, noting some of the benefits, but also citing several concerns about environmental issues, quality of life, and has also submitted a petition. The community submitted a petition that requests that you reject the proposal. The city has also received several letters of support citing the economic and community benefits of the project. So at the conclusion of tonight's meeting, staff and the applicant will explore potential modifications and revisions to the application. You would then, at the applicant's request, receive an initiation hearing to consider the repeal of the Westport specific plan and a preparation of a new precise plan to take its place. And if initiated, the city staff would seek assistance in the form of consultants to help prepare an environmental impact report, seek community input on a variety of matters, including the design, the layout, transportation access, and the priorities for community benefits. We would prepare a precise plan that would lay out how the project would unfold and what it would look like, and that we would also engage professional services to do a financial and economic analysis of the community benefit package. If not initiated, the proposal as it presently is proposed would not be studied. And in summary, I think Ryan already did this, but this slide illustrates some of the community benefits that are proposed as part of the project. And just, there we go. Our recommendation is that you conclude tonight's presentation by hearing the applicant's presentation, you receive public comments, and then you return to receive your individual feedback on the questions that we've outlined. And we'll bring that slide back up at the right time. And with that, we are concluding our presentation, except to note that we do have staff present online for transportation and housing questions, should you have those. And I have also to introduce Margaret Netto, our contract planner, who will be assisting us with this and other projects. And Margaret has years of experience working in communities in the peninsula on particularly large and complex projects. So we're happy to have her on board. Thank you.
Jeff, thank you. Ryan, Alex, thank you for the staff presentation. We'll now have our project applicant make their presentation. So I'd like to welcome Longfellow partners Peter Fritz and Tara Corlapara. My apologies, to give their presentation. Please remember you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you to staff for the overview of the project and working with us for the last couple of years to process the application. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council, we are very excited to be here this evening to present Redwood Life Evolve, a project that represents a great opportunity to advance the council's priorities, to create a neighborhood asset in Redwood Shores, and to generate significant benefits for Redwood City at large. My name is Peter Fritz. I'm joined by my colleague Tara Corlapara, and we're with Longfellow, a life science real estate investor. What sets Longfellow apart is our long-term outlook and our commitment to being good neighbors as we develop spaces that foster innovation. Redwood Life is particularly important to Longfellow as it is our Bay Area headquarters, and we've been working on the Evolve proposal for over 3 years, meeting with members of council, staff, and hundreds of community members and community groups. And there is a lot of stakeholder interest in this project, for good reason. Redwood City and Redwood Shores is a diverse place, and that makes it a great place to live and work, and it also offers a variety of perspectives. Our goal from the beginning and remains to embrace all perspectives and to work collaboratively so that the final Redwood Life Evolve project is a benefit for everyone. To that end, we've listened to feedback and partnered with nonprofits to craft a significant community benefits and project benefits package. Several of these include a record investment in affordable housing, creating hundreds of homes for Redwood City residents. Increasing access to childcare, nurturing our children, and support working families. Protecting hundreds and thousands of homeowners from the impacts of climate change through significant levee improvements and substantial advancements in sustainability, and at a time of economic uncertainty, creating a pipeline of good union jobs, workforce development, and increased city revenue. Redwood Life Evolve is a general plan and zoning compliant project that offers an unprecedented project benefits amount of $385 million. To understand the impact that this investment can make, $385 million is more than the city's entire budget for next year. Tara will now walk us through these benefits in detail and how we arrived here tonight.
Thank you, Peter, and good evening, Council. Many of you may know this site as the location of the old Bayshore Tech Park, an office park that was planned in the 1980s and set on a sea of surface parking. Since we acquired this site in 2019, we've made it home to many life science companies who are doing important work in areas like early cancer detection and treatment. And as these companies make advancements, they're growing, and they want to grow here in Redwood City and in Redwood Shores. And many of them have come to us and asked, what's our path to doing that? This was the genesis of Redwood Life Evolve, our vision for the future of this campus that can not only support the important missions of our tenants, but also unlock an opportunity to transform an outdated, underutilized site into an asset for the community and the city well into the future. When we took ownership of the site, it was important to us to immediately turn an inward-facing private business park into an open space that's welcoming to our community members. In the first couple of years of owning the site, we've done things like repave the Bay Trail, open a public cafe with a community grand opening, support a farmers market that operates weekly on site on Saturdays, and held many events for local families and neighbors. And Redwood Life Evolve will allow us to do that on a whole new level. As we began to develop our proposal, we started with three things: the City Council's priorities, community input, and the city's vision for this area outlined in the general plan and zoning. In order to gather community input, we've met with hundreds of neighbors in open house settings and one-on-one meetings, and we've already started to implement some of their feedback with things like delivering the Community Amenity Center and the Recreational Park in the very first phase of our project. And we look forward to continuing that dialogue in the years to come. Now, diving into some of the project's many benefits. As mentioned earlier tonight, thanks to the leadership of council and staff, Redwood City was recently named one of 22 pro-housing communities by the state, and that's a legacy that we're excited to support. We are proposing an investment of $85 million into affordable housing, which translates to up to 850 units of affordable homes in Redwood City. That's $30 million in excess of the city's required impact fees. And to put this into context, and fully acknowledging that these are on two different timelines, 850 units would be about 34% of the city's affordable RHNA allocation this cycle. We also know there's a critical shortage of childcare in San Mateo County and Redwood City. Many recent projects have proposed and built childcare facilities, and what we're hearing now from experts in the field that's most critical is support for teacher training and retention to support those facilities. We are proud to be investing $2 million in childcare in partnership with Build Up San Mateo County through their grant program, which provides unique flexibility to meet the city's most pressing needs at any given time. We hear our neighbors loud and clear, and we agree. Nobody likes traffic. From the outset, we've committed to an aggressive TDM plan, but we wanted to go beyond that and be part of a regional transportation solution. So we began an effort to lead, in partnership with the city's transportation department, a TMA for the Redwood Shores region and potentially even expanding beyond into parts of San Carlos and Belmont. And our goal is that through our TDM efforts and the TMA, we'll be able to support and make more viable major infrastructure projects like the soon-to-be electrified Caltrain and the future Redwood City Ferry. As we saw this past winter, sea level rise and storm events are increasingly major threats to the Bay Area. And what you're seeing in this image is that Redwood Shores is projected as early as 2050 to be underwater. Even more, FEMA has already put Redwood City on notice that the existing levee infrastructure for Redwood Shores is insufficient. Our project would improve the entire perimeter of our project's shoreline for year 2100 sea level rise projections. That's 15% of the Redwood Shores shoreline that would be privately funded, and that funding could create opportunities for grant matching that could further offset the cost burden that would otherwise be borne by the city and taxpayers. This project will transform this site from parking lots into parks, with 42 acres of open space, including waterfront trails, 3 publicly dedicated parks, and a community amenity center. And all of these have been heavily programmed with input from the community with ideas like a soccer field for kids, pickleball courts, and a dedicated community-only space within the public amenity center. And all of this open space will reduce the heat island effect of this site, but that's just the tip of the iceberg in our sustainability proposal. Our project goes beyond the city's laudable climate action plan and REACH codes with all-electric buildings and other sustainability measures. These new buildings will not only be more sustainable than the existing ones, but they'll put this campus on a path to being net zero. We are committed to working with 100% union labor for this project, and we estimate this project will generate over 2,000 well-paying jobs per phase. And last but not least, the uncertain economic times that we now face underscore the importance of creating new revenue streams to sustain public services. Our project is estimated to generate $8 million in new general fund revenues each year, and phases 1 and 2 alone will generate $2.4 million in new general fund revenue each year. And that's in addition to the community benefit package we just walked through, valued at $385 million. And with that, I'll turn it back to Peter.
Thank you, Tara. As staff mentioned, the Redwood Life project is general plan and zoning compliant. That's important to note, as it is not a gatekeeper project and a general plan amendment is not required. For some context, the original campus was approved with a 1985 Westport specific plan. Unlike the recent downtown precise plan and other specific plans, this was not a neighborhood or area-wide document, but project-specific. 25 years after the specific plan was originally crafted, the city outlined the vision for the city and this project and this site through the general plan. It is time to consider allowing this vision to become reality and to study the challenges and the opportunities that we face here today in 2023. We also recognize there are many open questions with the community, and to be able to appropriately address them, the city needs to undergo an environmental impact report of the project. That is why we respectfully request that council direct staff to start the secret process. Thank you. Tara and myself, as well as many members of our project team, are available for questions.
Peter, Tara, thank you. And my apologies for letting you go over a little bit, but the timer, I was looking for the timer myself, and it wasn't quite there.
I didn't see red.
And the lights didn't pop up, but we'll give you that 30 seconds extra. So thank you for your presentation. Now we'll turn over to public comment. And before I ask our city clerk to take over public comment, I'd like to ask all members of the audience to please observe decorum and refrain from clapping or booing or cheering or yelling to any comments that are made during this portion of the meeting. We want to hear from everybody, and we want everybody to be able to feel comfortable expressing their concerns or comments on this item. So Pamela, I'm going to turn over the next part of the meeting to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor G. Now is the time to speak on item 8A. This is the Redwood Life project proposal. We'll start with our in-person speakers who have submitted a speaker card to me, and we will then be followed by our speakers who have joined us by Zoom. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we will have the timer, and you'll see the lights. The yellow light will be 30 seconds, and then the red light means your time has expired. We do have 23 speaker cards, Mayor Jean. It looks like we have about 14 virtual attendees, and it's growing, queuing up to speak. I'll call 2 names at a time. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to make your public comment. First is Kat Eckhart, followed by Joel Dusick.
Thank you, Mayor G. and Council. I was a Redwood Shores resident for many years and a realtor for about 22 years and loved the place. and I appreciate the fact that you're looking at $385 for more wonderful things that are going to happen in the neighborhood and for transportation and for ferries. But what are you doing for the homeowner? So when my clients bought in there, they had to go through disclosures. And those disclosures are going to happen when they leave. And nobody told them that they were going to buy a house that is going to be subject to more and more infringements on their privacy, on their safety. This is a safety issue. No one can guarantee that. Vaccines were safe, right? Yeah. So when you can't guarantee safety, you destroy the vision of the homeowner, the vision of ownership. And if we do that, you're going to set a precedent all across this country and become the new de facto electoral college, like you've done already in recycled water, which takes about 20 years to see, a real safety effect from those merging pathogens that were let loose from the spigot, the purple water. So we're still in wait for the hunt of what that real impact is going to be from recycled water. Now we're going to have another intrusion, and we have no idea what it's going to be. So I've got the yellow light. This is bigger than a 2-minute soundbite. And I need to tell you that we're sitting on an earthquake fault. It's not just the levees that they're going to so-called improve, but if you have an earthquake in Hayward, the law of displacement means the water comes here. And how are you going to contain airborne pathogens? There's no such thing. I have a medical background. I was married to an orthopedic oncologist, bone cancer. Listen, this is a bigger thing than this little venue. Bigger. And if you can't protect the people of Redwood Shores, you need to be fired.
We're going to call our next speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker is Joel Dusick, who will be followed by Mike Clare.
Hi.
Welcome, Joel.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make it quick. Appreciate the time to speak. I stand in strong support of this project. What we need are jobs, and these jobs that this will provide are obviously very good jobs. So we need that in our community. Beyond that, there's a lot of benefits to this project. The development there now is not an asset. It's a bunch of ugly buildings on a parking lot, right? And this is a development that will really make the community a lot better, okay? So I really hope you support it as it is. With that, I'll leave you. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Joel. Our next speaker is Mike Clare, followed by Mary Morrissey Pardon.
Good evening, Mayor G. and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Clare. I've almost a lifelong resident of Redwood City, and in fact, without giving my entire family history, my grandson is 5th generation Redwood City, and we're very fortunate to have the grandson in the city. And it's the 4th and 5th generation that I worry about, and it's why I support this project. And what I'm really focused on is housing and affordable housing. I will always support measures that responsibly bring more housing to the community, and I believe this project does that. I was impressed by the presentation. I also have to tell you that I am the CEO of an organization in the county that employs just under 1,500 people. I need to be very careful because I'm speaking as a resident tonight, and I don't want to misrepresent the board that I report to, but I can tell you as a CEO that has to manage a workforce that large, housing, as you can all imagine, is the #1 concern. And for that reason, I also support the project. I know you have a lot of speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker is Mary Morrissey Pardon, followed by Amy Buckmaster.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor G. and council members, I want to start first with a fact-based discussion and then bring you to my own involvement and time in Redwood Shores as I express my support to the City Council to direct the staff to initiate the CEQA process for the Redwood Life Evolve proposal submitted by Longfellow. First, the facts. The San Mateo County development pipeline remains strong, totaling just under 2 million square feet of office space currently under construction. However, the only office proposal that was delivered in Q1 of 2023 was at 250 California Drive in Burlingame, totaling about 30,634 square feet of office space. Needless to state, there will be limited new development planned beyond this coming year for office. And if projects are approved, there will be substantial pre-leasing lender requirements. In areas like the city of San Francisco, where office vacancy is high and there is no appetite to change and modernize space needs to the employment trends such as biotech, I heard just this past weekend that from a large developer that they are concerned in San Francisco that office vacancy may hit 40% in Q4 of 2023. So what's that mean for all of our office space that currently exists out in this project area? My personal involvement in Redwood Shores goes back to 1989 with serving on the association board managing the build-out of Redwood Shores, called the Redwood Shores Owners Association, which in tandem with the Shores Business Center Association approved architecturally most of Redwood Shores, including the build-out in the residential area of schools, a shopping center, a library, a community center, a fire department, and at one time a church.
Thank you, Mary.
Additionally, I was honored. Was
Thank
that
you,
really
Mary.
not 10
Yeah.
seconds left? Sure. There you go. Read the rest of my letter.
Amy Buckmaster, followed by Rona Gundrum. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor G. and members of the City Council. Most of you know me as Amy Buckmaster, President and CEO of Chambers San Mateo County. But you may also not know that I'm a longtime Redwood Shores resident. I'm here today in both capacities to urge the City Council to direct staff to initiate the CEQA process for the innovative proposal that is both general plan and zoning compliant. I'll speak first wearing my chamber hat. Redwood Life Evolve has earned the conceptual endorsement of Chambers San Mateo County Board of Directors, based partially on the extraordinary potential for public benefits like affordable housing, childcare, parks, sea level rise protection, decarbonization, and transportation improvements from impact fees, developer community benefits, and new annual increases in property tax funding for the city's budget. Now, for my Redwood Shores resident hat. I would like to dispel any notion that Longfellow has not engaged in the Redwood Shores community. In reality, Longfellow has engaged in sustained, transparent, and varied forms of outreach with the community since they acquired the office park. As with any proposal, the loudest voices must be heard, but not assumed to be representative of all the voices. I speak to the Shores residents regularly who value the positive impacts this project could have on the quality of life in the Shores, the residents, the property owners, and the renters like myself. Now wearing both hats, it is puzzling to me why we are not relying on why we are relying on an outdated specific document from 1995, beginning in 1985. When we updated the general plan in 2012, relying on data. Excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Rona Gundrum, followed by Amir Vanai.
Good evening, all. At a developers conference in San Mateo last year, Peter Fritz indicated their vision for the Redwood Life property was it for to be a Mission Bay, Google, Facebook type property and their crown jewel. Longfellow doesn't really care about Redwood City or Redwood Shores. They only want a crown jewel. Peter also indicated that their goal is to have a portfolio of properties so that when a company outgrows their current space, they can move into one of their larger properties. If that's the goal, and given that Longfellow is developing larger properties in Millbrae and other sites around the Bay Area, they can continue renovating within the Redwood Life site existing structure and aspects of the Westport specific plan to fit their tenants and the residential community's needs. The Westport specific plan was previously agreed to between the city and the community. Just because a developer with big, deep pockets comes along doesn't mean the city should renege on aspects of that agreement and adversely affect the visual character of the property and community and create significant negative effects on our natural ecosystem and quality of life in the Shores. As evidenced by attendance tonight and countless hundreds of letters received, with the overwhelming majority opposed to voiding or changing the Westport plan for a host of reasons you've heard about over the past 2 years and will again tonight, there is strong support for Longfellow to continue to renovate within the existing site plans to fit their tenants and community's needs. Ask yourselves, how would you feel if 2 decades of construction of buildings up to 148 feet tall was happening outside your bedroom and living room windows? Oh, and keep in mind, if it doesn't pencil out as they're going along over the 20 years, they will stop.
Thank you, Rona. Amir Fanai, followed by Juan Venegas.
Good evening, council members and Mayor G. My name is Amir Fanai. I have been a resident of Redwood Shores for 18 years and an environmental engineer for over 30 years in the Bay Area. I am here to appeal to you to simply stay with the Westport plan. I don't know if you have visited the existing Redwood Life Business Park. If you haven't, please do so before you make any decisions about the proposed project or the repeal of the plan. The current low-rise buildings blend beautifully with the surrounding residential area. The proposed buildings will completely ruin this synergy. Please do not let your legacy be the repeal of or amendment of the Westport plan, which would be to the detriment of the residents and the environment in Redwood Shores. Finally, allowing Longfellow to write their own plan defies logic and common sense. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you, Amir. Juan Venegas, followed by Azad Hussein.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Juan Venegas, and I'm here in support of the proposed project at Bridge Parkway. I was born here in Redwood City and lived here for most of my childhood. My father grew up here, and my grandfather came from Mexico to chase the American dream right here in Redwood City. I'm a third-generation union member. Over the years, I have seen the city progress, and this project is something that will continue to push the city in the right direction. This project will keep jobs and innovation in Redwood City. Construction workers will be able to provide for the families through this project. Retirement and apprenticeship hours will be obtained throughout this build. This project will be built all union, and for people like me, it can be life-changing. That is why I'm here tonight. I support this project. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Juan. Azad Hussein, followed by Rick Bonilla.
Good evening. My name is Azad Hussein, and I have been a resident of Redwood Shores for over 25 years. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Redwood Life Evolve project. I love living in Redwood Shores. It's a beautiful, safe, and walkable community. I've raised my family here, and I'm proud to call it home. I'm a frequent user of the Bay Trail, walking from my home to the library. I've seen the construction of townhomes, condos, elementary school transforming the neighborhood over the years, and I welcome these changes. So I'm excited about the potential for the Redwood Life Evolve project to improve the area around the library for walking, biking, and public transit. I must confess that I have a personal reason for support this project. You see, in 2018, my wife was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. My wife underwent chemotherapy and radiation treatment, but the cancer is never really gone. She is currently in a clinical trial for a new treatment. Multiple myeloma may be a rare and incurable disease, but there is hope. There are many life science companies that are working on developing new cures for multiple myeloma and other cancers. These are the kind of companies that will be attracted to the Redwood Life campus if it is approved. The project will also create thousands of new local jobs for people with diverse backgrounds and skill levels. This will benefit not only the residents of Redwood Shores, but also the entire region of San Mateo County. I believe the Redwood Life Evolve project will be a win-win for Redwood Shores and for San Mateo County. It will generate millions of dollars in new tax revenue, as well as to contribute to our city's affordable housing goals. It will also showcase Redwood Shores as a leader in life science and innovation. What are the alternatives? The status quo is unacceptable. They would leave our community less walkable and bikeable, and they would not create as many jobs or boost the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Azad. Rick Bonilla, followed by Brian Shields.
Good evening, Mayor G. Good evening, Mayor G. and esteemed members of the Redwood City Council. Thank you very much for having us here tonight to give these comments on this, what I think is a great project. I understand the position you're in. I've been in those seats that you sit in for a number of years. I was a planning commissioner. I've been on housing, land use committees. I know what we're looking at here tonight. What I do know is that we're simply still at the very beginning of this process. I welcome the public here because, and I understand their concerns. Their concerns are legitimate. They live there and they have actual, concerns. So what I see, though, when I look at this project, in all of my many years of experience looking at projects similar to this, including the 83-acre Bay Meadows project in San Mateo, is that this project is going to you've heard win-win, there will be multiple wins here. And we've all heard the whole list that was presented by the applicant. So what I have to say, though, is that the number of affordable housing units that will come from this, the fact that the $850 million will be leveraged, I think at least 10 times, if not more, and produce 850 or maybe as many as 1,000 affordable units. Even if it provides, though, the 30% of the affordable requirement from your RENA cycle, that's huge if you can get it all built. So I would recommend that you go ahead and start the process. I urge the beginning of the CEQA process so that the people can see and understand what the possible mitigations may be, but the improvements that are certain to come that are promised by the developer, I think, outweigh a lot of other concerns, because what's there now is pretty much a dead and dying use. So I recommend that we look seriously and closely with a favorable mind at this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Shields, followed by Ed Evans.
Good evening, Mayor G. and Council. My name is Brian Shields. I'm a field rep for Carpenters Local 217, located in San Mateo County. I'm proud to be here to represent the members, the 1,200 members in San Mateo County that we represent. And the fact that over 2,000 jobs over 7 phases is a huge number, right? And to think not just about the members that we have now currently that could go to work there, but also the draft that'll put inside, therefore allowing us to bring in more people to provide that blue-collar lifestyle to, right? We need the work in order to continue to draw in more people to help to provide a livable wage, healthcare, apprenticeship, all of the above. Some of the things that I wanted to speak to you about was through Eden Housing having 850 units. That's huge. Affordable housing is probably the #1 stressor on any community at this point, I would have to say. And the fact that they are able and capable of providing $85 million, which could be translated to 850 units of affordable housing, could provide that many opportunities to working class folks for this city. So I'm excited. I'm excited that Longfellow has decided to be a responsible contractor out of the gate and come and have the conversation. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Ed Evans, followed by Tony Gapistone.
Good evening again, Mayor G. and City Council. Ed Evans, Carpenters Local 217. I'm the Senior Field Representative and the Financial Secretary Treasurer there. And on behalf of our 1,650 members, I want to let you know that you have our strong support. Longfellow has our strong support on the Redwood Life Evolve project. And we urge you to direct staff to start the CEQA process on this. Some of the other carpenters that have come here tonight have pointed out a lot of the benefits. I don't want to repeat a lot of things, but something that strikes me is the up to 25-year build-out. That's going to create a lot of jobs, both in the construction field as well as the research and R&D. You know, if you look at from our perspective, why this project is so good is that you've got to build the right product, and you've got to build it the right way, and that's what you have here. You have a synergy here. building biotech is why the peninsula is doing so well despite the tremors in the economy, and will continue to do well because it's an industry that is it's not falling apart just like the open office industry up in in San Francisco. So we think it's the right product and it's the right way to build it with union labor, local workers, apprenticeship opportunities. I was struck by the youth that were being talked about here in Redwood City earlier. And, one of the things that's so great about unions is we provide opportunities. And over the next 25 years, these 2,000 union construction jobs, perhaps some of those youth can work the better part of a career right here in Redwood City. That's sustainability, and that's why we're in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Gapastone, followed by Bart Pantoja.
Everybody, thank you so much for your commitment and service to Redwood City. I love this town so much, and it's so obvious all of your passions. I am Tony Gapastone. I'm the executive director of Brave Maker. We're a nonprofit film organization here, and the 5th annual Brave Maker Film Festival is coming to Redwood City. And I've been a 25-year resident of the city, and when I see people making opportunities for people like me to have affordable housing, and people like the artists that I'm trying to provide jobs for and elevating innovation, I want to get behind it. Longfellow has been super supportive in our 5th year already as a supporter of the film festival. And Pamela Estes said earlier that 30% of nonprofits are gone since 2012, mainly because of pandemic issues. So when an organization says we care about people like us being able to live in the city, I've been to Longfellow a couple times and seen their facility. They've said, hey, come, do your events here, bring your film festivals here, teach screenwriting classes here, do actor events. It just makes me so proud that we have this coming so our city can evolve and continue to thrive. And I personally am just impressed with all of you being here tonight. And Longfellow, thank you for your work. And especially as someone who's married to a teacher that has 3 children that have also struggled to find childcare. When I hear that is a priority of yours, that makes me just so proud. So I hope the council will consider moving forward with this review. Thank you.
Thank you. Bart Pantoja, followed by Kenneth Doe.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you for this time. And my name is Bart Pantoja. I am the business manager for the San Mateo County Building Trades Council, representing 20 affiliates and several thousand men and women working in San Mateo County, and many who live and reside here who live and work here in Redwood City. Bottom line is that the building trades is in support of initiating the CEQA process. As you've heard, there's tremendous benefits to this project, and actually some of my working brothers here have already taken all my good input. So I'm going to move on and skip over all of that, and let's get this thing started. Let's get the ball rolling. One thing I do sit on a commission, and one of my responsibilities is working with a port on sea rise, on a seawall. And, I've noticed some of these signs say, save the shore. Well, this project's going to invest a lot into that, and that's something that we're going to need. The peninsula, we're the middle there, that we've got water on both sides. So we need to do something and be prepared for everything moving forward. So this project has so many benefits. And again, what was mentioned earlier, talking about youth, coming up in these cities and the community, that this project's providing spaces, public spaces, is on par of what we were just talking about, or what you were talking about earlier. So we're in favor of us getting this thing going. So thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Doe, followed by Sigal Elan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Kenneth Doe. I'm a field rep for the NorCal Carpenters Local 217. We represent 36,000 members in Northern California, and about 1,500 of those members live right here in San Mateo County. I'm speaking in support of approving this project and moving it forward through the entitlement process. We support this project, the Redwood City Research and Development, because Longfellow has made a commitment to using a union general contractor. With this commitment comes opportunity for our local union workers to live in the city they live in. When we work where we live, it reduces the long commutes When we work, this allows us to spend our hard-earned dollars and reinvest back into a local government and schools. This commitment also ensures construction workers will earn a fair wage with health care benefits, not only for themselves but their entire family. This commitment will also create opportunity for local residents to enter into an accredited apprenticeship. Apprenticeship combined with job skill training for our local men and women to develop valuable job skills that would create and lead to an amazing construction career. So I urge to help create opportunities for our local residents by approving this project and moving it forward. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak, and we look forward to supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sigal Elon, followed by Lisa Valkenar.
Hi, good evening, council members and Mayor G. I'm not familiar with the format, so I'm not prepared with a long speech, but I have some points that I would like to present as a Redwood Shores resident. I'm also a volunteer at the Stop Longfellow movement, which means I oppose strongly the project. I've actually met a few of the council members at the event in December, the Hanukkah event, and I appreciate all the time that they took to listen. And I would like also to, based on that, I got a sense that maybe the magnitude of this project wasn't very clear at that time. So things like transportation is going to be a major problem with the Redwood Shores. If you have like the minimum number of employees that are proposed now, that's 7,000, and the square footage that is proposed is allowing for a lot more than that, you can't really shuttle 7,000 people in the morning. You don't have enough trains to carry that many people, and the trains don't, the fast tracks don't really even stop at the Belmont stop. It goes all the way. You have to stop at the Hillsdale train station. So all this will create pressure on the Redwood Shores. And personal things like having rises, high rises, will block the breeze that comes in to cool off our condos that have been built without air condition. And the safety, the hotel will bring strangers that are walking around all the time, and we won't be safe walking, doing our walks. The Bay Trail is not the French Riviera. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Valkenar, followed by Johnny DeRosa.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity. And I am opposed to the plan. And we've heard from other people, and the woman who just spoke about the transportation issues and about different environmental issues, all of which I agree those are issues. But just kind of speaking from the heart about something else entirely, which is just, frankly, the aesthetics of it. And I understand the improvements that are being proposed, but that area just should not have high-rise buildings. Redwood Shores is a very special place, and I think many people, I don't know how often you have been there, if ever. I think people kind of forget how special it is, and I doubt very much that a project like this would even be proposed or considered in, let's say, Woodside in the horse country. Like, oh no, you couldn't do that because that's a beautiful area with horses and et cetera. And Redwood Shores, very similar. And so I really urge you to get out there, on your bicycle, take a walk, and just appreciate and sort of breathe in the beauty of it, and really ask yourself honestly, do high-rise buildings belong here? Or should we really preserve the integrity and beauty? And I do understand all the economic considerations, particularly low-cost housing that is being proposed, and I really applaud that, but there are other ways to accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny DeRosa, followed by Andrea Osgood.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnny DeRosa. I'm the executive director and former president of Peninsula Chinese Business Association. It's a nonprofit organization supporting local schools and communities. We never stand up and support or oppose projects, development projects. But this one is exceptional. The reason why is during the COVID, our organization were partnered with County of San Mateo Sustainability Office, SEMCIDA, Green Business, and Renaissance to outreach to small business in the county to see what they need during the COVID. And we visit about over 2,000 small businesses across the county, and quite a bit in Redwood City. And during the visit, the conversation, beyond the COVID issue, they have more problems, and they all have three things in common. First thing is, first of all, they said, we need more business. We need more cooperation, bring in more people in the city to support the local small business. Second thing is because they're having a hard time to hire employee because of the housing issue. They have to hire an employee further away, and they have to take longer transportation to the area, so make the cost of doing business much higher. The third thing is that they struggle in between, try to keep their head above the water. In the meantime, they also have to find people to take care of their children. So childcare is also one big issue. I understand that, project, it's doing a big project is not easy. There's no easy solution. But this project, I think that will come up solution for those small business, particularly the family-owned business. So I urge the council will consider to approve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Osgood, followed by Ray Fowler.
Good evening, Mayor G. and council members. I'm Andrea Osgood, Senior Vice President of Eden Housing. I have been in the affordable housing industry for 15 years and seen quite a shift in how affordable housing is financed in even just the last 5 years to decade. And this kind of development can generate significant support for affordable housing in cities, and also obviously brings other community benefits which were outlined, including the climate resiliency proposals. I support analysis to better understand the environmental impacts in context with the benefits of this project to help the community better understand what's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Fowler, followed by Steve Goodale.
Redwood City Council and Redwood City residents. The numbers don't look good. 3.3 million square feet of new construction that will tower over neighboring residences and take 20 or more years to complete. That's a lot of dust, noise, and congestion. 7,000 employees, maybe 10,000. Commuting through residential neighborhoods. Longfellow's offer of $85 million to create affordable housing is an illusion. That amount cannot meet Longfellow's housing goals. This is an environmental disaster in the making. Those thousands of employees, they'll be driving through our town with polluting cars. Longfellow promises a green project. However, as more residents convert to all-electric homes, Longfellow's campus will compete with those residents for already scarce clean energy. That will cause energy costs to increase for every household in Redwood City. This project will require deep pile driving through an unlined landfill that will disturb the toxic substances buried beneath Longfellow's property. What could go wrong? Longfellow's promises of community benefits, they cannot deliver. They want to install a park space coated with rubberized hard surfaces. That's not a benefit. There are already 7 parks in Redwood Shores with real grass. Longfellow promises to ease affordable housing crisis in Redwood City. Again, they cannot deliver. That $85 million will not pay for 850 housing units. Longfellow's housing project, it depends on unguaranteed state and federal grant money. Remember, those homes won't be finished until probably 2045 or 2050. Finally, when those thousands of employees get tired of driving to work, they will want to buy homes close to their Longfellow offices and labs. That means Redwood City real estate prices will increase and push the dream of home ownership for folks with modest incomes even further away. Say no to Longfellow.
Thank you. Steve Goodale, followed by Paul McGrath.
Hello. Hello, Mayor Gee and City Council. My name is Stephen Goodale, and I live and work at our home at the Boardwalk, the southeast neighbor to the Redwood Life property. We've been deeply involved with this project since its inception, attending meetings and providing deep research and insights into both the initial and updated proposals. We've also learned about the life sciences industry and shared information with local leaders in collaboration with the Sierra Club, Audubon Society, and neighborhood groups such as Stop Redwood Life and Save the Shores. When you think about it, the Westport specific plan was actually really well thought out to make sure that it wouldn't cause problems for the pardon me, nearby neighborhoods. They came up with some great guidelines to put community first, and it's worked. Just look at how the area has grown up since. We've got the Redwood Shores Library, the elementary school, and homes popping up along Marine Parkway and Shearwater. It's clear that sticking to the plan has helped our city thrive. But now there's talk about doing away with the plan. We've got to ask ourselves if that's really a good idea. The original guidelines are still doing the job. Why mess with a good thing? If we let the site get 3 times bigger and shrink crucial setbacks, we could end up hurting the very neighborhoods that we worked so hard to protect. That's why it's so important that we stick with the Westport specific plan to keep our community balanced and growing the right way.
Thank you. Paul McGrath, followed by Ali Saperman.
Good evening, Mayor Gee and council members. I'm here to offer my support for the project. My name is Paul McGrath. I'm a state board licensed mechanical engineer and a small business owner in California with 45 employees. And our team, our Myers Plus engineers, are part of the project team. And if this project does proceed to CEQA and beyond, this will help secure 45 good paying local jobs. Redwood Shores is important to me and to my family. My partner's parents have lived in the shores for decades, and we're frequent visitors. We have taught our kids to ride their bikes in the Redwood Shores near the project site, and we frequently walk the dog on the Bay Trail. I can say with confidence, knowing the project, that if it does move forward, that it will be a great benefit to Redwood Shores, and I encourage you to see this project and direct staff to move it through CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali Saperman, and then we will turn to our speakers on Zoom.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit that supports housing at all levels of affordability. I'm here tonight in strong support of the Redwood Life Evolve project. The Redwood Life Evolve project transforms an outdated office park over time into a premier science center that thoughtfully engages in its surrounding community. Importantly, the project's commitment of $85 million, well beyond the required amount of affordable housing in Redwood City, will make considerable positive impact on the surrounding community and will open up nearly 1,000 of new homes that will bolster Redwood City's affordable housing supply and help meet the state's RHNA requirements. Beyond mitigating the housing crisis, Longfellow is also committed to addressing the childcare crisis with a $2 million commitment to childcare funding. And finally, the plan will create over 2,000 union jobs per phase. And when projects are built with union labor, they are built faster and safer while ensuring workers' rights. Please support the Redwood Life Evolve plan without any delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
He spoke on something different during public comment, so I'm sorry. You can always email council. You can always email council, please.
That's okay.
Pamela, before we go on to Zoom, can we do a last call so we can make sure council has time? So thank you for all those in chambers. Last call for virtual participation. We'll do another minute, and then everyone else after that can email comments. So.
comments?
It looks like we have 33, so Pamela, we'll draw the line there, and everyone else after that can email comments to
Okay.
City Council, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor G. We'll now turn to our speakers who have joined us by Zoom. Keep your hand raised. Do not lower your hand so that you do not lose your turn to speak. I'll call 2 names at a time. You will have 2 minutes to make your comments. There is a timer on the screen. Our first speaker is Chris McIntosh, followed by our caller 6203, I believe is Mike Ochoa. Welcome, Chris.
Good evening and thank you. I'm Chris McIntosh with the Conservation Committee of the Sequoia Audubon Society. I really appreciate the careful studying and planning of the Redwood City staff, commissions, council, and citizens on this project. We have some concerns about the structures here. The massive increase in square footage of the lab and office space is going to have an equally outsized impact on the surroundings, as a few people have indicated. Biotech, in particular, is more of a 24/7 operation than offices, which are usually empty at night. Vehicle traffic is more around the clock, and this is going to add more to the light and noise around the sensitive wetland areas, which are a benefit of the site as well as neighbors. Buildings are going to be so much taller than the current buildings, and this increases the shadows over the wetland areas, perhaps on the opposite side of the walkways. In particular, the hotel is going to be virtually a glass curtain overlooking Belmont Slough. And while we appreciate that the pedestrian walkway lighting will be, quote, dark sky compliant, what about buildings like the hotel? That really should not be a beacon of light over the slough and wetlands. It disrupts roosting daytime birds as well as hunting or active nocturnal birds. And the mortality from window strikes for birds attracted by the lighting, not just migrating birds, but ones that are there year-round along the shore areas. We'd really like to know what the specifics are, if the plan will use bird-safe glass, and exactly how, when, and where, and what type. Also, not least, Belmont Slough is home to the Ridgeways rail. This is a bird that is federally and state listed as endangered. Also, the salt-mouthed harvest mouse lives. We recommend sticking to the current.
Thank you very much for your comments. We'll go to our next speaker, caller 6203. I believe that is Mike Ochoa. Welcome back, Mike.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Ochoa, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 217. I'm here in support of Redwood Life Evolve. I want to share the importance of the project to the City Council and the residents of Redwood City. The proposed buildings are fully compliant with the City General Plan and zoning most recently adopted in 2010. Longfellow has thoughtfully designed their plans to both welcome the community and buffer from adjacent residences through setbacks and landscaping. Other topics like a traffic and construction on the former landfill site have also been studied by Longfellow, and CEQA is the appropriate way for the city to formally review them. It is critical that the city begin studying this project to avoid further delay to the many potential benefits of this project. Once again, thank you for your time, and the Carpenters are in support of this project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heidi Vandermolen, followed by Debbie and Gary Baldocci. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hi there, my name is Heidi Vandermolen. I really appreciate the council and Mayor G for entertaining our discussion on this project. I'm calling as a member of over 10 years of a resident of Redwood Shores. And I feel from what I've heard so far about this project that the burden fully falls on the property owners and residents of Redwood Shores, and the benefits do not approach the Redwood Shores. They're talking about grants that go to San Mateo County. This is very nebulous. There's nothing actually coming back to the shores other than an increase in traffic, noise pollution. And as was mentioned, this is a very delicate wetlands area. The birds should and will take precedence. They are here whether they can't help it. They need the water. So they're here at, we're encroaching on them. And this campus is huge. So I'm urging that you stay with the Westport specific plan, because every owner in Redwood Shores signed, because we live on this landfill, we've all signed a risk. We have some risky, we have left over our own risk aversion to live on this land already. Okay, but now you're asking us to add a huge, domineering, Oracle-sized project that will dwarf everyone next to it, even with setbacks, that will possibly put us at danger for toxic waste spillage. So who's left holding the bag for that? And as for that, Longfellow buying this property, if they keep the Westport, they're still going to be able to employ and use union blue-collar jobs in supporting the economy if they stay with Westport. So please stay with the Westport plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie and Gary Baldacci, followed by Adam Abelkop. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor Gee and members of the City Council. My name is Gary Baldacci. I currently live in San Carlos, but lived in Redwood Shores for 20 years, and I still visit often. I respectfully request that you reject Longfellow's application, preserve the existing specific plan, and prohibit biosafety level 3 labs in this site in the interests of public health and environmental safety. We are most concerned about the high containment labs due to their sitting on unlined landfill close to the bay, potential flooding, liquefaction from earthquakes, and limitations of 2 emergency evacuation routes. Please consider the 3 following issues related to energy use. 1. High containment biolabs use 5 to 10 times more energy than office buildings, and many cannot use solar panels because of 20 feet tall exhaust stacks on the roof. Longfellow claims it's 100% electric, except for the labs. Labs require natural gas and other types of tank gases to operate. They are unable to comply with REACH codes and local and state prohibitions on natural gas use. They are not sustainable in the long term. Second, high containment labs may lose containment during rolling blackouts. Since they research potential lethal pathogens, they will have priority over residents when power is restored. Prolonged loss of power could result in a catastrophic lab accident that may affect nearby residents and neighborhoods. And last, lab employees and first responders may be unable to quickly access these buildings in the event of natural gas disasters that cause power outages. The risk of locating these labs near neighborhoods significantly outweigh the economic benefits. Thank you for considering these detailed comments.
Thank you, Gary. Adam Abelkop, sorry if I mispronounced that, followed by Ken Chan. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gee and the Council. My name is Adam Abelkop. I'm a law professor at the University of San Francisco, specializing in environmental law concerning the risks of toxic substances. I live in the Redwood Shores community called the Boardwalk, next door to Redwood Life. I applaud Longfellow's careful consideration of environmental concerns and provision of green space. Now, the Council should not proceed in the process unless Longfellow agrees to be held strictly liable for 100% of costs associated with any release of chemicals from the Westport landfill for any reason. My family lives right next to the area of the site formerly known as the Mound. It's a large artificial hill built over more than 20 years of waste dumping from 1948 to 1970. The site is subject to a Cal Regional Water Quality Board order. Paragraph 27 of the order states, quote, groundwater within the landfill refuse has been shown to contain volatile organic compounds, polychlorinated biphenyls, and ammonia. End quote. Paragraph 28 lists benzene, trichloroethylene, carbon tetrachloride, and chloroform, amongst others. All of these are harmful to human health and the environment. In modern commerce, most of them are prohibited by federal and international law because they are known to cause toxic effects, including cancer at low levels of exposure. For now, they're mostly stuck in place, but the Redwood Life proposal calls for a demolition and construction of large buildings right on top of the landfill that would involve driving large foundational posts deep into the ground that would pierce the landfill. This risks displacing the chemicals horizontally into the residential neighbors and the wetlands of the bay. If that happens, cleanup liability costs could very easily overwhelm the previously listed benefits while harming resident health and the bay ecosystem. $385 million is a lot. It's actually a small amount in the world of environmental cleanup. If Longfellow thinks the risk of chemical release is low, they should have no problem agreeing to a liability condition. I have several proposals for all stakeholders and would be willing to consult. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken Chan, followed by Mary Rodriguez.
Good evening, members of the Redwood City City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to thank staff for all their hard work, that they've put into tonight's report and presentation regarding this item. On behalf of HLC, I would like to extend our appreciation to Longfellow Real Estate Partners for their willingness to work with Eden Housing to ensure that your low-income Bayshore community members living near the Redwood Life Evolve proposal will continue to be housed in your community. This partnership between a commercial-only and a nonprofit affordable housing developer is a great example of how our cities can produce and preserve homes at the deepest levels of affordability. It is a proactive plan that is designed to protect your most vulnerable residents and safeguards them against displacement and or homelessness. Finally, we'd also like to commend the developer's commitment of $85 million to create affordable homes within the city of Redwood City. Thank you for your continued leadership, and we urge you to support a proposal that keeps your low-income community members housed where they are now, while also allowing for the greatest feasible number of homes to be created within your city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Rodriguez, followed by Evan Adams. Mary, can you unmute yourself?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, members of the council, for allowing us to speak. I am very disappointed that you are even considering this huge proposal on our very delicate landfill Redwood shores. I'm not surprised that carpenters are totally in favor of this, but carpenters, you don't live here. You'll just come and work. You can find jobs wherever this huge proposal will be building. You don't have to come here and ruin our homes. Please remember, we only have 2 ways to get in and out of Redwood shores. With this huge amount of people coming here, it's going to be extremely dangerous when and if we have an earthquake or fires or anything else. I really urge you to repeal this plan. Find another way. Find another place for them to build. None of you live here with us. You come and work here. You talk about building someplace else. If you have that amount of money, go ahead and build the housing where you're going to build it. You don't have to impose on Redwood shores for that. If you're going to provide babysitting, provide it. You don't have to ruin our home. I feel that Redwood Shores is being held hostage in response for these supposed benefits out of our area. This is a very delicate landfill area. The benefits are totally inadequate in exchange for the negative effects that all of us here in Redwood Shores will experience. this company needs to take their business in another place in Redwood City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Evan Adams, followed by Beth.
Hello, Redwood City. I've got something different from what you've heard tonight. I'm a resident of Foster City, a former planning commissioner, and the current president of the Foster City Historical Society. I'm also intimately familiar with the commute from here to Twin Dolphin Drive. No city is an island, but Foster City is. In the original master plan for Foster City, and even in Jack Foster's book, the idea of a southern crossing was essential to how our cities were supposed to grow together to become true neighbors. The idea was always to connect Island Boulevard in Redwood City to Edgewater Boulevard in Foster City. Again, this was the Foster family's original plan. Check it out on the Historical Society's website. Foster City still owns that lot where the bridge would land, and it is specifically being excluded from our housing element for that use. Look at a satellite map. See all those apartments across the water in Foster City? All of those will be in our housing element. Thousands of new housing units directly next to Redwood Life. These units are happening. They may have to happen through the builder's remedy, but they're happening. A southern crossing would mean thousands of residents with an easy access to thousands of jobs in Redwood Shores. No need for a car, just a short walk. I'd encourage Redwood City and the developer of this project to reach out to Foster City about this quickly. You, Redwood City's leadership, could really spur an improvement to both of our cities. Let's connect Island and Edgewater Boulevards. You could instantly mitigate traffic impacts from this project. We could mitigate traffic impacts coming from our housing, and you could use this project's housing funds closer to your corridor of transit. Good night, thank you, and I hope you can get imaginative.
Thank you. Beth, followed by Adam Inglis.
Good evening, Mayor Gee and council members. I want to voice my opposition to the Redwood Life project. As a resident of Redwood Shores for over 18 years, I am very concerned about the degradation in the quality of life within the shores if the Redwood Life project is allowed to progress as requested by Longfellow. I fully support retaining and following the existing Westport specific plan. I worry that the extended 25-year construction plan with construction traffic, noise, dust, and general future congestion in this wonderfully secluded residential area will make my life and living here much less desirable, healthy, and safe. I moved here for the natural tranquility of this residential community, and I fear that will be totally destroyed by this project. This is my community, and I live here now. Please consider us, the current residents, who have invested in this community for decades. Again, I fully support retaining and following the existing Westport specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Inglis, followed by S. Wong.
Hello and thank you. I'll keep it brief. I'm a resident of Redwood Shores. We've lived here for 8 years. My family are in support of this project. I've heard a number of environmental concerns, and my understanding is that the ask here is to proceed with the environmental assessment. So it seems like even the opposition and those in favor are aligned in wanting to understand the environmental impacts and just move forward with the progression of the development. So I want to voice my support. And then I also would like to speak to the earlier guests' comment on the bridge to Foster City, and would also support that. That would be phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you. S. Wong, followed by Christine Padilla.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm a Redwood Shores homeowner, and I worked for over 20 years as a pharmaceutical and biotechnology consultant, so I understand this industry. After reviewing the proposed development plans and reviewing the staff report prepared for the study session, I have major concerns about this proposed development and urge you to preserve the Westport specific plan. There are large buildings elsewhere in Redwood Shores, but these are closer to Highway 101 and not next to residences. The Westport specific plan has served the community well, especially the residences on both sides of Marine Parkway, directly adjacent to this site. This is not downtown Redwood City, and the general plan should not apply to this unique space. We're also talking about 7 phases of development over 25 years, with over an entire generation of residents here having to live through construction on an adjacent site. Of course, I'm supportive of jobs, affordable housing, daycare. I do have concerns about the follow-through on this. Once this plan is approved, are there guarantees that those things would be enacted? As someone else mentioned earlier, if these development plans don't follow through, will we have a half-constructed space that just doesn't really fit with the aesthetics that were initially planned? So again, I reiterate my my interest in supporting the Westport specific plan and not changing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Padilla, followed by Deborah C.
Good evening, Mayor G, Vice Mayor Espinosa Garnica, honorable council members and city staff. I'm Christine Padilla, Director of Build Up San Mateo County, a multi-sector initiative designed to preserve, expand, and improve the supply of childcare facilities. I'm commenting in support of the Redwood Life Evolve project that includes community benefits like childcare and affordable housing, both things that our working families need to stay in the community. Although it is early in the process, we have been in conversations with Longfellow for a year and a half, and they have committed to providing $2 million to support our grant program, which will direct resources to the most urgent child care needs, specifically in Redwood City. Infant and toddler care is one of our greatest needs and has been shown to deliver tremendous multi-generational benefits for families and children. Affordable, high-quality childcare provides valuable services, giving parents the freedom to work while allowing children to reach their full potential. However, according to the 2022 needs assessment, Redwood City has a shortage of almost 2,400 spaces for children 0 to 12 and lacks the resource to accommodate the over 1,000 subsidized spaces for children 0 to 4. As you know, having accessible childcare makes a community more sustainable and improves the quality of life for your constituents. Childcare availability is a critical piece of community infrastructure that is interrelated with housing and transit. Preserving and expanding childcare sited near housing, jobs, and transit reduces traffic congestion, commute times, and allows families to live and work in the same community. And most importantly, it supports the early care and education workforce. Since this project will bring millions of additional benefits to the entire city, we ask that City Council direct staff to study the project and allow the environmental review to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deborah C., followed by Bridget Aiken.
Hello, good evening. My name is Debbie, and my family and I have lived in Redwood Shores for over 30 years, and I strongly oppose the Redwood Life project. Redwood Shores residents will be subjected to years of construction, traffic, noise pollution, not to mention toxic waste that they talked about earlier. Longfellow should work within the current building limitations or look at vacant existing space within Redwood Shores. There's plenty of that. When they built the library many years ago, the foundation at Peninsula Landing is not that strong. Even when the garbage trucks drive in each week, the foundation rocks. I can't imagine 20 years of construction on this project. One more thing I would just like to add is that how can Redwood Shores residents have a good quality of life when we are facing 20 years of pollution, traffic, and construction? Genentech has space available. I heard they're moving out. That seems like a good fit to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Aiken, followed by Dee Evans. Bridget, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Thank you.
You're
Good evening. My name is Bridget Aiken with Stop Redwood Life. We have opposed this project by collecting and submitting signatures from residents to Ryan, the project manager, and city council members since October 2021. I'm sure each of you has received our weekly report. In fact, you have probably received the latest this morning. I relied on Pamela to distribute to each of you, and thank you, Pamela. We strongly oppose these projects because of its massive size and 25 years it will take to complete in residential areas. Based on other similar life science development estimates on the number of employees, this project alone will bring 7,000 to 13,000 employees. Did you get the potential impact if you say yes to this project? Redwood City residents would experience worse traffic on Highway 101 and local streets, higher housing and living costs because of rising demand of new workers. Redwood Shores residents will live with 25 years of demolition and construction, pollution, noise, and dust. I understand this project could give us some economic benefits. However, the social negative effects on residents, especially on the lower income residents, can be devastating, including increased inequality and social exclusion. We urge you to weigh the benefits and costs of this project. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. Dee Evans, followed by Jenny Lee. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dee Evans. Dee Evans, are you prepared to speak? Your mic is unmuted. I'll go to our next speaker, and then we will try Dee Evans again. Jenny Lee.
Good evening, Mayor G and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jenny Lee, and I'm a homeowner on Shorebird Circle in Redwood Shores, which is about less than half a mile from the proposed Redwood Life development site. I strongly oppose the project. The residents of Redwood Shores will bear the environmental and ecological burden of this development, especially my neighbors who reside at the condos and townhomes whose homes are literally inches and feet from the proposed site. This is 25 years of construction pollution, noise, traffic, toxic waste, and basically upending the environment that drew many of us to make Redwood Shores home. The vast majority of those in favor who spoke in favor of the development don't live here. Would you feel differently if you lived inches from the construction for 20 years? If you lived inches from the construction of a 5-story buildings that replace the open space in front of your home, would you feel differently? I moved from Redwood Shores from San Mateo in 2020, and what drew me here were the trails, proximity to nature, wildlife, and natural beauty in space. This is the character of Redwood Shores. All of this will be ruined with a major development that includes 5-story buildings, among other disruptions that will ruin the character and ecology of Redwood Shores. What also confounds me is that there are existing buildings there that are largely unoccupied. I know that because I walk there almost every day along Bridge Parkway, and I see the buildings. Why not use and improve the existing buildings before demolishing them, creating tons of dust and pollution, and then instead of building new ones that may not even be filled? Why upend an entire community to do that? Redwood Shores is simply not the appropriate place for this large project that will upend our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try Dee Evans one more time. And we'll move on. Next speaker is Andrea Evans, followed by Carol.
Uh, Good evening. I know I don't sound like it, but I'm a Redwood Shores homeowner, and I've lived in the shore since 2000. One of the in-person speakers called the 1 and 2 story buildings currently on our site ugly. In the Redwood Shores context of housing around the site being mostly 1 and 2 stories, rarely 3, Longfellow's planned buildings of up to 8 stories will be 4 times uglier than what we have now. The entire concept of this development is outdated and unnecessary. San Francisco is far from the only city that's found that COVID has permanently slashed the demand for office space. Even the current 1 and 2 story buildings on our site aren't fully occupied, and there are plenty of other biotech office buildings, both planned and newly built in our area. 10 Twin Dolphin Drive plans to convert, and the big Alexandria Life Sciences complex is newly completed just over 101 in San Carlos. Another unnecessary aspect of this development is the hotel. Another hotel is the last thing Redwood Shores needs because the former Sofitel Hotel, current Grand Bay Hotel, future who knows what hotel has never had enough business to succeed. Please, I beg you, do not proceed with this unnecessary, wasteful, and damaging development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carol, followed by Chris Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor G and council members. I'm Carol Ford. I've been a many-decade resident of Redwood Shores, and I was a leader in the Redwood Shores Community Association many years ago when the Westport development was first proposed. The association opposed that development because it was a toxic dump site. It still is under the clay cap where those buildings are. And in fact, special considerations had to be made to build those current buildings at Westport. They had to be low, and the bulldozers had to have chains on them so when they went across the ground, gas wouldn't catch fire, the emissions from the dump site. And if that cap is broken to have these very, very tall buildings, that will threaten the Bay Area's water because of these toxic metals and other pollutants. We can give you more information on this, but this hasn't been addressed by these grand plans that aren't well fleshed out, only to give us sparkle and not to pay attention to the serious issues that are before us. 20 years with 2 tall buildings, which is also environmentally poor planning. Why not use the buildings that are already there? The site is too dangerous for housing. Did you hear that? So they have to give housing some other place because it's too dangerous for people to live on this site. See my previous comments about a toxic website, toxic landfill. All the toxins were poured there in the early days of Silicon Valley, which is Varian and other companies which were in San Carlos, all dumped on this site. Keep the Westport plan, and thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Chris Johnson, followed by Alan.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. This project has been going on for over 2 years now, and this staff report is the first mention to the general community that this project, which is 3 times the size of the existing build out, is a byproduct of the general plan adoption back in 2010, a plan sorely out of date. That's not a very honorable start to community outreach when you don't even convey the foundation or the reasoning for this large project to the community. The residents of Redwood City have been force-fed transit-oriented development for the past 10 years, and now we're considering a project 6 times the size of the commercial space allowed in our entire downtown precise plan in a non-transit development location. The environmental impacts from this miscast location cannot be mitigated. Regarding affordable housing, the affordable housing impact fees required by our city barely scratch the surface of the increased demand this project will create. The 7,000 to 9,000 jobs create more of a demand that this project will ever meet through its so-called community benefits. It's not a community benefit when you can't even offset the affordable housing impacts that all these jobs will create. Can we please remove the vernacular of affordable housing community benefits when you're creating more of a demand that you can provide? Furthermore, I think we need to revisit the ordinance, which allows for additional FAR bonus of 20% when you provide trail access and open space. I'm confused. We're rewarding a developer with increased density when we're already providing those benefits on the existing site. I ask you to preserve the West Point specific plan, but if we end up putting a new development agreement in place, let's not get as starstruck as we did with the Stanford agreement where we gave away the farm. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Alan, followed by Jen Du.
Hello, Mayor G and the council members. Thanks for listening to me. I've lived here for 4 years, so I'm not like a long-term resident. I've moved here from another part of Redwood City, and I found out what a gem this part is. And one of the things that's really surprising to me, I was surprised to hear about the West Point plan, and I was thrilled about it because this is a place that is so special. Once you kind of get in here, it is just a special gem of a place. And I don't understand why we can't say, okay, let's look at the benefits of the big plan and versus the benefits of the Westport plan. So why can't Longfellow come back and give us a proposal for what it would be like to actually stay within the Westport plan? It seems to me that all the benefits, for the most part, there's a couple, but for the most part, the benefits are towards Redwood City, the rest of Redwood City that I moved away from. And that they aren't really benefiting the shores. And I just think it's going to ruin the gem of the Redwood City. And I'm against this plan the way it is. Hey, let's compare the plans and see what the benefits are then. And very much look at the benefits of Redwood Shores instead of the whole peninsula. Because that's not where we live in Redwood Shores. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jen Du, followed by Faryal. Jen, are you able to unmute yourself?
So sorry about that.
No worries.
Good evening, Mayor G and the City Council. I have lived in Redwood Shores for over 30 years. I live just a mile away from where this project is proposed. I'm relatively new to this issue, even though it's been pending for a while, but what has always been at the top of my concern is the fact about the clay cap and the very toxic waste that was buried beneath it. And the fact that we live in a sensitive wetland area and that it is on the Belmont Slough, which flows directly into the bay, and that we are a place with many birds that migrate through here. So people have raised lots of different issues. I certainly believe that if you're going to let this proceed, it obviously has to go through the CEQA process. And there should be no reason that in having known about many different plans over many different years by developers, that if they believe that they can do this, that they should accept strict liability, because the development on this has been, the Westport plan was because it was a sensitive toxic site. So if they really think that they can develop these buildings, which I also agree are inconsistent with our environment here, they should accept strict liability for doing so. That's still not a guarantee. They could go bankrupt and we'd still be stuck with their toxic waste. I agree also with the fact that most of the people who are in favor of this don't live here and don't understand the magic of our community. We already have a community center. We have a center at the library. We have parks. We have trails. They are not offering the residents anything in addition to what we already have. The site is too toxic for affordable housing and childcare. So why would a hotel be allowed? And I don't see that the amounts proposed really will make up what they're proposing in terms of the impact, in terms of housing, transportation, and childcare.
Thank you. Faryal, followed by Arash Jafarzada. There you go, Faryal.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm Faryal Saidia. I'm a resident of Redwood Shores over the last few years, and I've had many friends who grew up here. This is one of the last beautiful and serene waterfront communities that remain in the Bay Area. I'm an engineer. I support development, progress, modernization, and I appreciate that Longfellow wants to make an investment in our community and new jobs. But it also has to be a project that is thoughtfully designed and sized appropriately for the surrounding community and infrastructure. I strongly oppose the project as planned. The existing Redwood Life buildings could be remodeled or updated, but to change the Westport plan, increase the size to this scale, significantly increase traffic, number of employees and residents by 7,000 to 14,000 people, and create construction disturbance for over 20 years is not responsible and does not truly consider all the stakeholders in the Redwood Shores. The plan to include some affordable housing is a start, but I don't see how that alone would be enough to address the influx of new employees and their families. The cost of living in Redwood City is already over 90% higher than the national average. Adding this many people will only drive up housing costs, making it even more difficult for current residents with modest incomes to achieve the dream of homeownership or even afford rent here. Traffic is also an issue. Commute hours 101 backs up past both Redwood Shores exits. How would adding so many new people to the area reduce the stress of freeway traffic? Sea level rise, private funding that they are suggesting is a good idea, but it really only helps the private development and only 15% of the Redwood Shores coast. The rest of the 85% of Redwood Shores coast would still need to address sea level rise and find funding. I strongly urge Council to stay with the Westport plan and really consider what benefits this project brings to the current residents and local community in the long term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Arash Jafarzada, forgive my mispronunciation, followed by Rich Brazo. Welcome.
Hello, council members and Mayor G. My name is Arash Jafarzadeh. I've worked in the field of education as a teacher for over 19 years. I've also been a resident of the Redwood Shores for over 2 years. I love the community here, and I think that the shores are a rare gem in the Bay Area. I'm here because based on my research on the Redwood Life project, I strongly believe that it's going to have a negative impact on the residents and the Redwood Shores as a whole. We're not equipped for the added 7,000 to 13,000 employees, most of which will be commuting here, with only 2 ways in and out of the shores. We're going to have an increased traffic and hazards, making it difficult for the residents to get in and out and travel around the shores, especially in emergencies. Studies also show that population size increases and higher traffic are predictors for corresponding increase in crime. The demolition and construction is going to be a major disruption for the residents, and not to mention the pollution and harmful environmental impacts. I don't believe that the affordable housing included in the plan is going to be enough to address the housing issues in our area, and if anything, it's going to end up increasing housing costs for current residents and people wishing to live in the shores. I'm all for development and jobs, but this project scale is going to end up hurting the shores. When we look at the trade-offs, it's going to be a net negative for the Redwood Shores and we residents who live here. There was wisdom in the creation of the Westport plan, and I strongly urge the city to reject the Redwood Life project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rich Brazo, followed by Chris Robel.
Thank you. Yeah, hello, my name is Richard Brazo. I'm an actual Redwood Shores resident, not Redwood City, not San Mateo or somewhere else. My family strongly opposes this project. This is completely one-sided. It is not a win-win. I bought 15 years ago under the pretense that the Westport specific plan would stay in place. I even worked at 1600 Bridge Parkway. I currently live 400 yards away from the proposed project, and I appreciate the comments from those outside of Redwood Shores. However, if you lived in Redwood Shores, it would be blatantly obvious that this is lopsided. It's going to absolutely destroy the quality of life for myself and other Redwood Shores residents, and we ultimately pay the price. The affordable housing that keeps on being mentioned will likely come in the form of those that live near this proposed project, as we watch the value of our homes plummet during 20 years of demolition and construction, as methane, ammonia, the deadly sulfides, carbon dioxides, all that's underneath the clay cap vaults get exposed for all the residents to enjoy with zero liability by the developer. So developing and demolishing 20 buildings and developing new ones over 25 years that sits on contaminated landfill to add a high-rise biolab complex in exchange for what? Childcare? $2 million over 25 years, that's $80K of childcare support, a 3,000-foot community center, and a pickleball court? That's absurd. This is not the right location for this project. I suggest Longfellow pursues an agreement with Google, who just paused indefinitely their San Jose mega campus, or perhaps even Oracle, who's moving out of the area. This is not the right location for this project, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Robel, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Excuse me, Pamela, hold on for a second. I understand that there's different opinions in the room here, but I would like to remind everybody, we want to hear everybody without the jeering or yelling or laughing or anything like that. And do your signs and everything like that. But please let the other speakers and others who may have a different viewpoint share their thoughts. Please. Thank you. Pamela, please.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oops, there we go. 3.3 million square feet of additional office space mostly. Is this good for the community? I think we heard that several people, developers and people that have a vested interest in the construction activity, construction workers and craftsmen and carpenters, sure, but that's not ultimately the constituency that we should be addressing. I heard the residents say of Redwood Shores a pretty clear no, right? And that's who I think, Council, you represent. The climate change impacts, the environmental impacts, the safety issues, the traffic, these can't be mitigated with 2 roads in and out. I think the community benefits are paltry relative to the impact on quality of life and all those other aspects. Furthermore, I think Chris Johnson said it perfectly, right? When you look at the few people mentioned the housing, some good affordable housing, but that's like, you have water in the bathtub going out and you have some coming in. The net of it is you have more demand than you're creating. So you're creating more demand for housing as a result of this project with roughly 10,000 workers. So it's a bad thing if you're a housing proponent, net. And then you step back and say, why would somebody look at this? Why would, if you were on city council, why would you look at this and say this is a good thing? Well, maybe you're thinking this is good economically for the community, but it's not. And I ask, here's the circumstantial evidence. We as a city have more development than anybody else, yet we're in one of the worst financial situations, right? We have an operating deficit and a huge capital surplus. They don't pay for the impacts they create: roads, transit, schools, parks, police, fire, utilities, etc. So they're not going to pay for that. We, or the residents, are going to pay for it in addition to the quality of life issues. A mayor in a nearby community emailed me something, and I encourage everybody to look at this website, ourneighborhoodvoices.com. It shows how this is a win for developers and a lose for the community members, ourneighborhoodvoices.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Grimes, followed by Denise Brosseau.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Jordan Grimes with Greenbelt Alliance. We're an environmental organization focused on helping communities across the Bay Area respond through policy to our changing climate. We want to encourage the Council to move forward with the EIR tonight, allowing for the consideration of the project. While Greenbelt does not take positions on commercial projects, we believe the positive aspects of Redwood Life, including the potential for the creation of 850 units of badly needed, deeply affordable housing, as well as tens of millions of dollars to protect the city from sea level rise and commitments to fair labor wages and practices, merit consideration by the Council and should not be dismissed out of hand. Redwood City has 15 some odd miles of shoreline, all of which are increasingly vulnerable to climate change and its effects. Redwood Life envisions a community investment of $50 million towards sea level rise protection. There's currently a massive chasm between the amount of funding available to address sea level rise and the amount needed to do so effectively. And the proposed commitment here represents a significant contribution in that regard. Additionally, the dearth of affordable housing in Redwood City is a huge impediment to meeting our climate goals, forcing workers to live far away and commute in. This in turn creates significant VMT and greenhouse gas emissions that harm all of us. 850 deeply affordable homes would represent an unprecedented leap forward in housing the most vulnerable in our community. Lastly, Redwood Shores is special and it's seriously at risk of sea level rise, with no real plan to address it. If done correctly, this could help mitigate those risks considerably. The two greatest challenges facing our region right now are housing and climate crises. Neither can be solved without addressing the other, and this project has the potential to address both. Neither can be solved without discussion and serious consideration, and that's all that's being asked for tonight. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Denise Brousseau, followed by Julie Diaz-Waters.
Thank you. My name is Denise Brousseau, and I'm a 25-year-plus resident and business owner in Redwood Shores and a former member of the Housing and Human Concerns Committee in Redwood City. Although I supported significant development in downtown Redwood City during that time, I do not support this project. I was living in Redwood Shores when the previous buildings on this site were built. The highly disruptive traffic and noise of that previous construction went on for, as I recall, longer than a year. And during that time, giant trucks went up and down Redwood Shores Parkway all day long, a place where many of us walk with our families and pets every day. This new project is planned to cause likely much worse traffic and noise for not one, but for the next 20 years. I was also part of the Grand Boulevard project, which, as I recall, all of the city council members over many years have supported. This initiative encourages building along the El Camino corridor, as it would be aligned to public transportation and downtown businesses. This Redwood Life project is exactly the opposite of those goals. There are very few restaurants and stores and almost no public transportation in Redwood Shores, which means that people who come to work here will need to drive in and out, likely not once, but multiple times per day. Given that when Oracle's buildings are full, residents can barely get in and out of the shores during commute hours, I cannot imagine what an additional 7,000 to 15,000 more employees will do to our quality of life. Many others have mentioned incredibly important issues that I hope you'll be paying attention to. But what the one I want to speak to is how difficult it is as a city council member or anyone who is elected in this town to stand up and fight back against development. I know it because I had to do it firsthand on occasion. I urge you to take the backbone that it will take to say no to what is, of course, a great jobs boon for our city and understand the potential damages and danger that this will cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie Diaz-Waters, followed by Debbie Baldacci.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Julie Waters, and I'm the Senior Director of Local Government Affairs at California Life Sciences, which is a state trade association representing over 1,200 biotech companies throughout California. I'm calling in tonight to formally register my support of this project. This has been an exciting development for the biotech industry. What's exciting about it coming online at this time is that unlike other industries like high tech, which I've heard mentioned a number of times, does not have the vacancy challenges that we see in San Francisco. Biotech is thriving. What's most excited about supporting a biotech project at this juncture is also the fact that our people go to work each day. They're not exactly what people expect. More than 80% of our member companies are actually small businesses. They have less than 10 employees. There's a huge amount of diversity within our industry. And most importantly, more than 60% of our jobs are with people with less than a college degree. This is a great opportunity to bring these high-paying, high-skilled jobs to this region. And it's also an excellent opportunity to support the thriving global biotech industry. I thank you for hearing our comments tonight, and I look forward to seeing this pass tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Baldacci, followed by Brian Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor G and members of the City Council. I'm Debbie Baldacci, and I live in San Carlos, but I was a longtime resident of Redwood Shores. I respectfully request that you reject Longfellow's application and preserve the existing specific plan and prohibit especially biosafety level 3 labs on this site. There's an unprecedented proliferation of private biohazard labs throughout Silicon Valley. There are over 3.4 million square feet currently under construction in San Carlos. In March, our city staff recommended an ordinance to the City Council prohibiting BSL 3 and 4 labs in San Carlos. They should decide in May. We hope you will follow their lead. We submitted a 24-page public comment letter that addresses the serious public health and safety issues related to high containment labs, and it provides supporting documentation and research for your review and consideration. Number one, there is insufficient oversight and regulation of high containment labs, especially in Silicon Valley. Cities on the East Coast, such as Natick and Brookline, ban level 3 labs, and Berkeley bans them in parts of the city near residential uses. There are approximately seven level 3 labs in the Bay Area, but there may be more because they are not required to disclose their identities or locations to local authorities or first responders. If you allow this lab, you should site it more than 1,500 feet away from residential areas due to chemical emissions from rooftop exhaust stacks, odors, noise, glare, and 24/7 operation. Finally, flooding. Increasing the grade to 18 to 23 feet will cause flooding on local property owners near the site and on Marine Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Brian Wynn, followed by Gita Dev.
Brian, could you hold on for a second? Pamela, I just want to let council know we've got 4 more speakers. I'm going to draw the line. We have Brian, Gita, Alice, and then is it Suzanne? Correct. Is that correct? And that's, we've got to get to the council conversation. So I did draw the line earlier when we started, but it kept growing. So, everyone else after this, you can email council. Again, as a reminder, there will be no decisions made this evening. So, Brian, my apologies for interrupting you. Pamela, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor G. Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, I'm Brian Nguyen. I'm a resident of Redwood Shores for the past 4 years. I do support the project, and I believe council should direct planning staff to move forward with the CEQA process. For the past year and a half, I attended the workshops led by Tara and Peter, addressed our concerns, gave our opinions and ideas of the project and what they can offer. They're very receptive. We appreciate their concerns, and they listened to us and took into a lot of considerations of ideas and opinions. I think they've applied a lot of these ideas to the current project proposal in terms of layout. The things that speak to me most are the amenities that the project will bring. The playing fields are an important aspect to the project to me. I coach my daughter's softball team, and the past couple months have been hard because we've had challenges getting playable fields because of the weather. I think the turf fields would be a great benefit to the community, and also the sea level rise is a big concern to us. We'd like to have our homes and communities protected from flooding, so I think those things would be important and part of the project that we would like to see followed through. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gita Dev, followed by Alice.
Good evening, Mayor G and Council. My name's Gita Dev. I'm with the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I want to first say how supportive the Sierra Club has always been about Redwood City's development in the downtown area and close to transit. You have been a stellar example to other cities. This project falls far outside of any transit with extremely restricted access and egress for the residents. The 3.3 million will generate 6,000 or more jobs. Therefore, 85 million for housing will not in any way come close. 85 million, by the way, does not generate 850 units at 100,000 a unit. Units cost a lot more. 85 million will generate maybe 150 units. 150 units for 6,000 to 10,000 jobs. I think we're buying a problem, not a benefit. I also want to point out that Sierra Club is extremely concerned that the Redwood Shores Ecological Reserve, which is a vibrant reserve, is all along the Belmont Slough, all around this site. And this site is on a very fragile and potentially problematic toxic landfill. The plans show over thousands of piles being driven through this landfill cap, which covers 90% of the site. So we are extremely concerned about toxics in this area and of pollution into the slough. It's also an area that's been flooding.
Thank you, Gita. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Alice, and Alice will be followed by Susan Malaby. And Mayor G. Suzanne is speaker number 33 online and will be our final speaker. Go ahead, Alice.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
No?
Yes, go ahead, Alice.
Okay.
Okay,
my name is Alice Purcell. I am born and raised in Redwood City, and I remember going out to that landfill on the back of my dad's pickup truck and dumping lots of things that were not being recycled back in the day of the 50s. And I am a 40-year owner in Redwood Shores. I had moved Southern California for a while and came back and was so delighted to buy in Redwood Shores. And I'm in our second home now, my husband and I, and we plan to be there for the duration. In our first home, we were very close to the existing buildings over the Westport plan, and it was noisy, dusty, noisy over there. Now we're a little farther away, but so be it. The whole area is so environmentally precious and also environmentally dangerous with the Loma Prieta, etc., the Hayward Fault, etc. 5-story buildings do not fit into our Redwood Shores landscape. The traffic, etc. We don't need another hotel, etc. I agree from Carol Ford and the prior speakers. They named so many reasons, but my husband and I, we are against the new plan. Take it back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Suzanne Malaby. Suzanne, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, sorry. My name is Suzanne Malaby. I moved to Redwood Shores about 30 years ago to raise my family out here because of the closeness to Redwood City and the safety out here of very little traffic at this point. I'm against this project for the following reasons. I think it's a big safety issue already now with the existing traffic. When I go for walks, bikes, or bring my granddaughter to school, I'm worried about getting run over. Nobody stops, nobody pays attention, and those are commuters coming in and out as well as residents. We only have 2 entrances and exits. Right now, if I try to go just to San Carlos to go shopping, it takes me 30 minutes. And if you want to add another couple of thousand of cars, that is crazy. We're not near BART, and we're also not near the train station. So there is no way to get public or people that work in the new complexes to public transportation. Also, you said you want to add more housing. We don't have the schools in place out here to have more students. We have 2 elementary schools. We have 1 middle school. Also, the other thing, the ecological reserve. I live right on the levee, and I love the wildlife. And if you add more housing, more people, more traffic, more congestion, those will be impacted big time. And also, you say about a new hotel. We're building new hotels, and we have just put 2 hotels into homeless shelters out here in the shores. So that makes no sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pamela, thank you for the assistance, and thank you for all that came and spoke, and those that came online. I think we had close to 60 speakers total this evening on this subject. As a reminder, this is not a decision-making meeting. This is not for the council to make any determination, but to provide feedback to the presentation by staff. So, Ryan or Jeff or Alex, did you want to put the slide back up that you were looking for, so that we can kind of frame our there we go. Thank you. That was pretty quick. And any comments by any 3 of you before council steps into this?
Only that we're here to answer any questions or clarify any points.
Very good. Thank you. All right, council, who'd like to start the conversation? Councilmember Aiken.
Thank you. Are we doing questions and comments?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, I'll start with questions. So currently on the site, there's some construction going on. Is that right?
Correct. There has been ongoing construction for tenant improvements for the existing development, but it's unrelated to this proposal.
Right. Okay. What is the current vacancy rate of the project right now?
I'd have to check with the Longfellow folks with that information. I do not have that.
Okay. So I should be asking.
Go ahead and ask.
What is the?
Peter, can you answer that, please?
So I don't have the exact stat on the occupancy rate, but it's effectively fully leased. So it'll be in the probably mid 90%. There's very strong demand for this product at this campus.
Okay, thank you. So I was hearing someone say that there's pressure to do level 3 because of the softening of office. The softening of the office market is creating pressure to do level 3?
I don't think it's exactly pressure. I just think that development is looking at its opportunities that present themselves. There seems to be a strong market for biotech, and so they're trying to design buildings that would accommodate that.
So, generally speaking, I'm very nervous about putting more infrastructure. Well, let me start with this. What is the current, so sea level, Redwood Shores generally, is it above sea level, at sea level, below sea level?
So the information we have, it's about 8 to 10 feet currently. And so this project, they'd be proposing to raise it, I believe, to 17. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that 8 feet, I thought the 8 feet was what the levees currently are, but I may have been misreading that. So the current levees I thought were 8 feet, and then they were going to be changed to between 17 and 23 feet?
I believe that's correct as far as the levee raising.
Okay, and so, but then the land behind the levee is lower than that?
Well, with the new development, we'll be raising both the land, the new buildings.
Peter,
land
could you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
So with the new development, we'll be raising the new buildings to an elevation of 17. So the new buildings themselves are resilient. The land around those new buildings will be raised up, as well as the levees. So what that will do is protect the new buildings as well as the whole campus and everything behind the campus with that higher elevation.
Okay, I'm going to go back to, so you're telling me about what will be, and I'm asking about what is now, but I want to.
It's the
what
whole
Alex
site.
has a, Alex, did you,
So right now, our engineering team is actually looking at how we would raise the levees in Redwood Shores, and there are areas in Redwood Shores that are below lower grade than the levees. If you actually go out there, you'll see that with a walking path along the levees, and you'll see even by Marlin Park, it's lower than where the levees are at, the height.
okay, so the levees that are at 8 feet, and the land behind the levees is like at maybe 0 or something?
I can't speak to the amount of feet. I'm just stating that the levees are there to protect from the bay water coming into Redwood Shores. And if we don't look at long-term making sure that we raise the levees in Redwood Shores, there could be potential flooding in the future due to sea level rise.
Right. Okay. So, and then I wanted to go back to you, sir, because you said what you will be doing is raising it. You said the levee is 18 feet.
17 feet.
17 feet. And you said the land behind the levees, how much?
We'll get raised to 17 feet as well.
Okay, so the land and the levee will both be at 17 feet.
Generally. And we have our civil engineer, BKF, can answer specific questions too. But, I mean, there's a variation between, there's elevation variation on the site itself. So the new buildings will be raised to 17 feet. Land immediately around those new buildings will be raised up to there. There will be variation within the site itself. So I would say most of the site will get raised to 17 feet, but the levee itself will be raised to 17 feet and provide that protection.
Okay, and so if you raise, like, say, some part, some part of the land, you're raising 17 feet, and your other parts are staying the way they are because it's a 25-year build-out. So you would have one building that's at 7 feet, and then there'd be land that's 10 feet higher.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of elevation change on the site itself due to the old landfill, the mound that was mentioned earlier. So there's already elevation change on the site. So the design engineer teams can speak to it, but effectively it's designed so we'll all be copacetic as far as the new buildings being at higher elevations, the levees being at higher elevations, and over time the site will be raised up as well.
Over a 25-year or so period.
Approximately, yeah.
And so then there's this clay cap right now on the garbage. So then do you put another clay cap on the fill or no?
Our environmental team can speak to the specifics, but we will be building above the clay cap, and the idea is that the clay cap is preserved. And then there's a soil fill cover on top of the clay cap, and so that will be increased as part of the development.
So these are my questions, and I'm not a technical person. I'm not an engineer or a scientist. But I'm as I said before, I'm very concerned about adding infrastructure at sea level, at maybe 5 feet above sea level or at sea level. We have this one shoreline that was just newly created maybe a year ago, and it's just beginning to plan and look at the problem of sea level rise. And what I've been hearing is that when the sea level rises, it's not like a bathtub where, it's the same ring around the whole bathtub. What scientists are telling us is that the oceans are extremely complex ecosystems. the bottom of the ocean hasn't fully been mapped. There are lots of tides and things that happen in the ocean. So they do know that sea level rise is going to be uneven. They don't know how and they don't know where. And we're just beginning to tackle this. So I just want to convey to everyone here, I don't want to hide the ball. I don't want to be tricky. I think there's more that we don't know than what we know about climate change and sea level rise. Until the civil grand jury in 2017 told San Mateo County they must no longer rely on a flooding plan that was written in the 1950s, that they must instead create a new flooding plan for the shoreline. And that then in, I believe it was 2019 or maybe 2021, one shoreline was created out of that grand jury report. But this is all just very, very new. And again, I'm just very concerned about adding infrastructure when we don't really have our hands on the problem. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilmember Aiken. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Espinoza-Garnica?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And I guess I just wanted to let's start with maybe the impact, right? The county, the city has been talking about jobs, housing, and y'all mentioned the TDM, right? So the regional approach to managing, traffic and transportation, to other ways to mitigate the congestion from traffic. So you already have projects in San Mateo County, Longfellow, and I'm just curious to know what strategies you brought there and how successful those have been, as well as other details, not to overwhelm you, but if those projects are also transit-oriented projects, or if they were more in sensitive areas this area here.
Sure. So, the current Redwood Life campus does not have a TDM plan on it. As part of it's worth saying, as part of our first phase, that TDM plan would apply for the whole campus itself. So it would actually have an outsized positive benefit on reducing traffic. Many our first ground-up development is currently in the city of Millbrae, immediately adjacent to the Caltrain and BART station, so is TOD-oriented. And with that, we also have an aggressive TDM plan as well. But it's under construction, so we don't have metrics yet on traffic.
Okay. Is there a possibility for y'all to provide something just for comparison? I think it'd be of help to understand the success so far of any mitigation for transit, so we can start to compare and really analyze geographically how it impacts as well.
We can follow with that.
Okay. Let's see. Do you have examples of what you're trying to do that you can? I know you've started with wanting to invest in the ferry and Caltrain electrification, but also anything else about ways to minimize the impacts of traffic and trips?
Yeah, so the TDM plan would, we reduce the parking ratios from the general plan, so that's the one item. Increase shuttle service, where we have a commute.org shuttle. And with the TDM and with the TMA, we'd be able to increase the number of shuttles, the frequency, and the destination. So rather than just going to the Belmont Caltrain station, they could go to the future ferry station and others, as well as subsidized passes, emergency ride vouchers, and of course our improved bike lanes and commuter trails to promote carpooling and alternative means of transportation.
Okay. Are y'all looking at a proposal for those types of shuttles to be available for the public, not just the workers?
Yes, and they actually are currently available to the public, and we work with commute.org to add a stop off-site but within the shores, as well as to use our marketing team to promote the availability of that for the public's use.
Okay. And so this CDM is just kind of starting overall, this strategy of trying to deal with jobs housing ratio impacts across jurisdictions? Is this just kind of starting for
Yeah, so the
Longfellow?
project will have a TDM, and that's a requirement, and we're proposing the TMA, the Transportation Management Association. And so there are some precedent examples of the Mountain View TMA as well as the Emeryville TMA, and so we've talked to both those groups and gotten effectively lessons learned and feedback on what's been successful. And ultimately, it's the ability to leverage multiple agencies and potentially multiple cities and multiple properties to pool resources. So investment like in shuttles, they can be more effective and be more useful.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be the smart decision to try and pool things together because, as we know, Redwood City can't solve the job housing crisis on its own. And so along with the job housing or the congestion, right? And so let's see. I wanted to talk a little bit about the safety as well that was mentioned, right? The concerns. I'm a layperson. I'm a caregiver as a profession, so I'm not, a scientist either. And so, can you describe to us what is BSL? What are the elements, the materials that they work with, and what they don't, perhaps?
Yeah, Tara can address this as well as, I don't know, Jeff, if you want to as well.
So the biosafety levels relate to the protections that are in place for biological labs that are working with different types of organisms. And as Jeff mentioned in his presentation, there are 4 different biosafety levels. And we can send over the technical information about each one of those biosafety levels published by the NIH and CDC. But just to give some context, most labs are biosafety levels 1 and 2 in the Bay Area. There are some BSL-3 labs. Biosafety level 2 can include materials that are found in the human body, like blood. And biosafety level 3 is less common in research labs, but you find it in most hospitals. And all of these labs are regulated at the federal level and in many other ways, and we also know that the city and other neighboring cities are looking into ways to potentially bring those regulations into the city level, and that's something we're happy to coordinate with the city on, and we will comply with the city's regulations once adopted.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how many BSL 3s are in just Redwood City or in San Mateo County for reference. There's none, Alex? Okay. Not right now? Okay. Okay, yeah. Would they potentially work with such things as mentioned by commenters like airborne pathogens and of the like?
Yes. In biosafety level 3s, there could be airborne pathogens, and that's why there are protections in place. So the CDC and NIH publish guidelines for those protections, which include both physical infrastructure and operational procedures. So things like having unidirectional airflow to ensure that pathogens are contained in the space, and having scientists wear gloves and lab coats and wash their hands. And so all of that is laid out in the NIH's guidelines, and there are various ways in which those guidelines can be regulated and implemented.
And I like that it's all electric, but I was curious if y'all could provide an example. What would happen of a power outage that may occur, the security, any potential breaches?
Yeah, so one thing that's commonplace in life science building is a robust backup power system. So these buildings will, not only due to their seismic resilience, having deep foundations and being designed and built to the most current code, which was updated as recently as January of this year, they will be some of the most safe buildings, and even in the event of an outage. In fact, if there were ever an earthquake or other outage, I would want myself and my family to be in one of these future buildings. That's how over-designed they are.
So more specific to time, we recently had outages that lasted 3 to 4 days for our residents. Can it withstand something of that length, even a week, perhaps?
They usually have, the emergency systems usually have around 48 hours of backup time, but most tenants also have operational plans in place to ensure additional fuel or batteries are brought in to maintain those systems.
Got it.
And there's also shutdown controls in place, so when an event happens, the research effectively is shut down, and only the critical systems like fire, life safety, and any necessary ventilation is ongoing. So there's additional safety operational protocols that go in place as well during an event.
Okay. Yeah. I guess for the future, I'd love to know more about local jurisdictions that have, if it's a case commenters have said that, have banned S1 or BSL levels above 3 and 4. That reasoning, right? I would love to know more about that.
So there are very few communities in the Bay Area that have regulated biosafety levels to date, and one of our neighboring jurisdictions is considering some regulations to perhaps prohibit biosafety level 4 and to consider what the process should be for biosafety level 3. And 1 and 2, they say, are okay to proceed. Some cities just outright don't allow biosafety level 4, and those are usually government-run facilities anyway, so they're not very common in the country as a whole. So the additional research, and we can find out more as to how they are regulated, and we're continuing to do that research as we move forward.
Okay, yeah, great, because I overall just want to know how much expertise our local jurisdiction needs if there are more stringent protections or regulations in the state, federal level.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Seems like everyone's trying to figure that out right now, so that's cool. Let's see. I did want to ask a little bit about the hotel, and what I like a lot about this project is that they're hiring union labor for this, which I think is really important. But I also was wondering if we can the city, but if there's a way to ensure that the hotel that gets built also uses labor, not just for the construction, but the employees. I would love to see those service employees, in hospitality, actually also be represented by unions. Do you have any influence on that, or making sure that can happen?
We haven't got to the level of studying the operations of the hotel, but we will certainly consider that, and we can discuss that as part of development agreement negotiations.
Okay, sure, yeah, because I think there's always going to be workers on the site, and I would just love to make sure that there's no exploitation on anything that we help with. I did also have another safety environment question. What are the risks to the environment when we are working in landfill? What are we exposed to? What type of pollutants if we start digging up the landfill that we should know about as the community?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Tom Graff with GraffCon, our environmental consultant, to address this.
I'm Tom Graff with GraffCon, and working around this kind of landfill, which is a Class 3 landfill, it's the lowest level, is very common right now in the Bay Area, and it's overseen by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the San Mateo County Health Department. And so the toxic things you're looking at in the landfill are methane gas, which all the buildings currently there deal with, and all buildings on landfills. It's very standard. And then there's some heavy metals and some lower concentrations of volatiles and ammonia, which was talked about. But basically, that's all contained around the landfill. So when you're constructing in the landfill, there's very standard procedures which the Water Board has to approve, how you drill through the actual waste, and you contain it, and then you go down and put your foundations down, and there's no pressure, no water that goes out to to any of the outside water. It's a very contained, very standard process. So doing new piles or something is very straightforward, is something that is happening all the time, all around the Bay, and is overseen with the agencies, and there's standard operating procedures for it. So it's not something that's considered a real threat or a real risk.
Okay, are you able to sum up how much the ground will be open for, the time, in the span of the 25 years, how much the ground will be open?
Well, when they put a pile in the ground, so basically, as you know, there's going to be fill placed, so that's actually additional protection for everything because the waste is even lower. But a hole gets drilled with just a casing that's, maybe 18 inches in diameter or 16 inches in diameter, and it goes through, and that's all that's open in the ground. And in the cap, that's the only opening, and it's one or 4 or 5 at a time, and it gets sealed up once that pile's in place. So you don't have a big open hole with anything coming out of it. You just have small little areas that are handled one at a time.
Gotcha. I don't know if this will come more, or if it can be answered now, because it would require some environmental report, but can you tell us more about the levees? Are they like natural levees, and anything else about how we're trying to work with the ecosystem there?
That might be, do you want to do it?
I'm going to ask Brian with our design team to address that.
Good evening, Council. Brian Yenchek from HOK. We're a design consultant to Longfellow. The levees around our property are largely soil fill. They have a mixture of gravel, compressed soils within them. They differ as they go around Redwood Shores, but around our property in particular, that's their composition.
Oh, okay. And is there a reason why it was soil filled is different than a living levee, I'm assuming? Or are they the same?
Living levee, like a wetland or crustacean, oyster shell. Okay. They are. Right now, the levees that are out there, if you go walk along, you'll see there's kind of a trapezoid in section that you walk on, like on the trail today. And then on the outboard side of the levee, there's what's called revetment or riprap. So it's large stones that just go down into the water, really to limit erosion, things like that. That's what's out there today. The opportunity going forward to bring in horizontal levees or living levees, absolutely. I think that's one of many things I expect One Shoreline and BCDC will be promoting.
For sure, yeah, because I mean, overall, it helps with flooding and the ecosystem at the same time. So that's good to hear. Yeah, I think I'll just leave like a small comment and wrap up that. Overall, I would like to see, there's a lot of areas being addressed for community benefits that I think are very smart. I just overall would like to see a greater contribution. You know, there is 85 million for affordable housing, but 55 million is required. So I would just love to see just more being brought in with this size of a project. You know, I think it would go a longer way. Oh, I did have a question about the $2 million for childcare. Do you know how many pupils it serves a year, or like how that would, you know, that's just something I'd be curious about, to see how many people we would serve and how long that would stretch. Like, would that stretch for 25 years?
The $2 million can be used in multiple ways, and I'm not sure if Christine Padilla is still on the call. She could probably speak to this as well, but she's put together some preliminary estimates for us, and one of the ways in which it could be deployed would create 1,100 new child care spaces, and that would create them in perpetuity.
Gotcha. Does Christine have anything to add on to that? If she's still here? Is she still on? Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
My laptop died.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, and I guess I would just encourage you to keep looking at, you know, what Redwood City is doing in terms of community benefits. You know, you saw our case presentation today. Redwood City Together is basically run on donations. And so, I mean, anything that could contribute to that important work, or anything else in our infrastructure. We have large capital improvement projects that desperately need funding for. You know, and this is a great plot of land that's being proposed. So I think, you know, it would be really great to see that be brought back into Redwood City. That will last us as long as this project will. So those are my comments and questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think our city manager might have an added answer to one of your questions.
Actually, I just wanted to make sure we had a clear response. So I thought I heard you ask whether there were any BSL Level 3 labs in Redwood City and then in the county. And I think when Alex answered, he might have meant in Redwood City. And I just wanted to be sure we weren't trying to speak on behalf of the county, or if we were, make sure I knew the answer.
It's Redwood City I was referring to, but thank you for that clarification. But I know in talking to staff, because we're doing a lot of research in this area, On the registered listing, I believe, of what staff last saw, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, there was only one in California currently registered at BSL 3. Don't quote me, but that's what our planning staff was letting us know. At any given time, planning staff also told me that, there might be up to 20. It's very rare in California at BSL level 3. But these ebb and flow at any given time, depending on the type of work that's being conducted.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying that.
And thanks, Melissa, for allowing me the
Thank you,
opportunity.
City Manager. Thank you, Alex. Councilmember Howard.
Thank you. Given my medical background, I'm going to start with the regulatory questions that I have about biosafety labs. And so I don't know if I should direct this to staff or Alex. Who should I direct the questions to? I have concerns about who's going to do all the oversight and regulation before, during, and after if this project proceeds.
Jeff, do you want to get into a little bit of that detail?
Is that you, Jeff?
Short straw. Okay, so as I noted in the presentation, that initially through the development's construction, they have to meet the building codes, depending on the occupancy type, and the fire codes. And so those things are reviewed when plan checks occur, and then they're inspected. After they're constructed, there are ongoing fire inspections, and also the Certified Unified Program Agency does inspections annually as well, as I understand, and that's the county. And all of these facilities. Oh,
I'm sorry, the county?
Yeah.
How often do they come in?
I think what we understand is about once a year, approximately.
Maybe we need to encourage them to do more than that. I mean, this is a growing population of happening throughout the county, and I think we're going to need their help in oversight. Mm-hmm. We can't just keep relying on our staff. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's well. Then, as I noted, the lab designs and the safeguards that are put in place during the construction. There's also a lot of labs that undergo, they start off with just a general lab space, and then they do tenant improvement. So there's another potential area where they could be added at a future date. And those labs are designed to meet the NIH guidelines for biosafety levels. And as I noted, there are different levels of safeguards. There's controlled access is always required, and then personal protective equipment, a hand washing sink, a lab bench. And as you move up the scale, all of those things stay in place, and they add more things like a lab cabinet for experiments, so that if there is aerosolized products that they're contained. There is also a device called an autoclave, which is a sterilization facility that is used. And then as you move up the ladder again, and I'm not covering every one of the points, I just want you to know, there is, air pressure enclosure and double enclosure, and sealing of the walls so that if there's any pipes or ducts that go through, it's all airtight. And then there's shower out, and then ultimately, respirators and things like that people would wear as well. So there's multiple levels of safeguards that are put in place depending on what's being done in the lab.
Thank you. I remember going to the presentation over in Redwood Shores, and I was told, I don't remember who I spoke with, that level 4 would not be done, that it hasn't been done, and they're not planning to do level 4, and probably not level 3. And that's what they told me, and this presentation was probably about 8 months ago. It could have been. So if there's only one in the area of level 3, I'm questioning, given the concerns of the neighborhood, I'm trying to be sensitive that this is a new thing, and if we do go forward, there's going to be a lot of angst around it. And I'm just thinking that Longfellow could give some thought to how can we lower the level of anxiety of the surrounding community, and give some thought into possibly making that something to consider. There are other ways to also consider it, but I think, and I'm not directing this at you, I'm actually looking at the people behind you, but I just think it's important, you hearing the concerns. And I know it's been said for a long time, we've read the letters, but they're real. They're really good, real concerns. and lack of understanding of what's actually happening is partially to do with that. However, if there's a way that you can find a way to lower that level of anxiety and help bring people along as you go forward, I think it's something worth considering. So I'll just leave it at that. The second thing I wanted to address was that I asked our city manager this morning, here it is, before you went too far, would there be a way of testing the soils? There's a lot of money involved in what you're about to embark on. And I said, is there any way of doing this testing to find out if this isn't going to work out? It's just too much and it can't be mitigated and so forth. And I was told that no, that the EIR process and soils testing happens if we allow the next step to occur, which is have a precise plan. So is that I mean, I'm not questioning, I'm just saying for other people who may not know that, I just thought logically, why don't we do soils testing now to see if this is something that can happen? But I've been told that in order to find that out, we really actually have to go through the next steps.
I wanted to start by saying that Mr. McGrath did explain the process for construction, and I think while a study could be done to identify what the methods and techniques would be, and they probably have that information, we could either peer review that earlier than an EIR just to give you a general understanding that the EIR is the proper method of documenting the impacts and the like. And because it has been done before, and as noted, it has been done more globally and around the Bay Area, we're not anticipating that there would be a situation that would not allow for some type of construction activity to occur.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with the Vice Mayor's questions on sea level rise. My understanding is we're going to have to raise the levees anyway. It's not because necessarily of this project. We are bound to protect Redwood Shores, and we will have to raise the levees. So I am guessing that's correct, and that this is going to be, if it moves forward, part of raising a larger section that will be paid for by the developer. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. James O'Connell, our acting city engineer, can talk a little bit more just about our levies and the work that we have planned in the study. James, are you on there, online?
He could email the council with the answer to that. It would be fine. But my question, we're talking about the different levels on the campus itself. My concern, and maybe it's not a concern to be worried about, but my first thought is as you raise the campus at certain levels to a height of quite a few feet, what happens to the surrounding neighborhood that happens to be right there against the project? Is that going to be an issue where we have flooding that goes into these neighborhoods that hasn't been addressed?
Council member, man, you're all too tall. Council member,
That's a problem for him, I know.
Due to the landfill and the mound that was mentioned, there's quite a bit of elevation change on the site. And so the site is higher and actually already above 17 feet in the top, called middle of the site and close to the residences. And then it drops down as you approach the water. So there's already a significant grade change between the neighbors and the top of the site where the buildings will be, and the buildings will not get in that area will not get higher than they already are. So in the area closest to where the residents are to the existing buildings, the new buildings will be at that same elevation because they're already higher than buildings lower close to the water.
But there's a possibility that other areas outside of the campus perimeter could be flooded from overflow of higher buildings.
The city engineer can speak to this, but there's extensive requirements on stormwater retention, and so that will be part of, so the stormwater will be improved. And we're actually working with the city now on a separate issue outside of the development on improving stormwater on the campus.
And I'm guessing that the environmental impact report would address it also with mitigations to be addressed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Howard, I think a great representation of this, we just were there last week at the ribbon cutting in the Inner Harbor, where you're seeing a raised up to the elevation 17 of a site, basically because of sea level rise, as you saw our new navigation center. And you see the city's police department, that's at a lower grade right next to it. And so that navigation center is basically protecting our police department from future sea level rise. It's acting as a barrier currently. So I guess I think the developer is trying to make that statement of making sure that the buildings that are raised, probably nearest to the residential, is blocking any type of future water if the levee was breached or anything like that. Am I right in what I was saying? Basically, I'm giving you the real world example of what we're seeing in our Inner Harbor neighborhood when we're
Correct.
just
Thank
out there.
you. Thank you for that, reminding me of that. I have a couple more things. Do you want me to wait? And I.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Housing. It's a lot of money. Really appreciate it. But one of the speakers on the phone, I believe it was Ms. Dev, is correct, that I'm on the HART board, and I know that one unit of affordable housing can cost over $500,000, a new unit. So if you're talking about new construction, that will not build 850 units. My advice would be to look at other areas. One very real solution: preservation of existing housing. We have very old apartment buildings in Redwood City, very dense old units in neighborhoods all over Redwood City. These older buildings will not be able to comply much longer with sprinkler rules. They'll have leaky roofs. They have a whole host of problems. The easy out would be sell it, get my money, and go, and everyone becomes displaced because it'll go to market rate. The better solution, in my opinion, is to use the money and buy these buildings. Work with Eden Housing. Let them be the one that changes it over and brings it up to where it should be with deed restrictions so you have affordability forever. This is my solution to that. And we're working on it with HART. We're actually going to help provide funding for purchase, but your money could go a long way in purchasing existing buildings and bring them up to code. And you wouldn't have to look for raw land. It's just not there. I mean, unless it's a church with a big campus or a school with a back campus, they'll want that to go to their teachers or their parishioners probably. So I'm just suggesting we have a large inventory to look at in Redwood City, and you could help us a great deal not lose the existing people who live in Redwood City who would be displaced if those were sold. So my suggestion to that, and you get more bang for your buck, quite frankly. I'll skip transportation because you're going to have to do a lot more on moving people around, and you know that. There's a lot of work you still have to do on getting that problem solved. The 46,000 square foot public amenity building with 3,000 square foot community room, I just want to be sure this isn't just, here you go. I mean, did the surrounding community really ask for this? Because one of the speakers said, we already have a lot of areas where we can meet and greet. Is there a shortage? I wasn't aware there was. And also, if you give it to Park and Rec, my problem is we have to staff it. We have to operate it. And right now, I would say we couldn't do that. Probably couldn't do that. We'd have to get someone else in there to do that. So I'd like you to look at that amenity and tell me how you're really going to make that a real amenity, and it's not just a space that's going to sit there until we decide what the heck are we going to do with it. Is that fair? And in conclusion, let me see here. I have all my notes, and well, I'll just, from memory, I will just say, in conclusion, you've heard from the community. I know there are a lot of people for the project, and I respect everyone's opinion on this. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But you've heard the concerns, and they are real, they're palpable. There's real fear in some people about the future when this comes in. Oracle's on the other side of the Parkway. This neighborhood who speaks up is actually, I walked the property, they're right there. And then the picture you show on your screen have two of the buildings that look awfully close to their properties. So what I'm going to ask you is to consider scaling back or moving things around listen to what their concerns are and their fears, and see what you can do to come back to us with something that you feel is a better project that the public could say, wow, they've made some changes and maybe this is going to be okay. It may not, but it certainly would be worth the try, because I'm trying to make this a win-win as much as possible for the community and for you. So I really would appreciate if you might do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. I'm going to go Councilmember Aguirre, Councilmember Sturkin, and then Councilmember Martinez of the House.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to staff for putting this together and to the team of Longfellow. I know it's been a long night, and I appreciate you sticking around to answer all of our questions. And I really want to thank the community that came out or came on to Zoom to share your different perspectives. And as you heard, all of you heard, there's almost half and half of opinions in a project like this. So it makes us look at all of the pieces, and I agree with some of the things that Councilmember Howard said, and some of the things that stood out at me that that needs more work is the community outreach. How was it? What do we need to do? Why are there so many misconceptions when you give some answers, or maybe not, or people might feel that way because of fear, because of the unknown? I mean, the fact of the liability that came up, it's like, we're okay with this, but tell us what it really is going to do to our health or what we're going to do. So those are real valid questions that I think people are still concerned with. The transportation was another one I heard that it's still, it's not clear what that actually means, a TDM or a TMA. What can we actually do? Those sound really good, but unless it affects me and I'm not going to be stuck in the middle of traffic on Redwood Shores or the other Twin Dolphin, what is that going to mean for me, as a transportation? I think a lot of the questions that I heard from the community are like, we're living in Redwood Shores. What do these amenities mean for us? And how are they going to make our life easier? I have a couple of questions. How many biotech companies are currently there at your campus, and what years did they start? Do we have an idea? Like maybe there were some that started 10 years ago and left, or when the Westport plan came on, maybe there were 20, and now they've, obviously there's been turnaround.
So the original campus under the Westport plan was tech office. So when we acquired the property at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, it was mostly tech office space. I think there was one life science company in there and one under construction. Since that time, we have been doing 10 improvements in the existing buildings to convert them into life science. As I mentioned, we're in the 90% occupancy as far as leased, and some of those buildings are still under construction. So effectively, the campus is now almost entirely life science, or will be life science, and there's about 20 companies currently on campus.
And when did life science start?
Like I said, I think there was one, maybe two, prior to our involvement in 2018. I can't speak to them. The majority were 2019 onwards.
Okay. And maybe this is for you, Alex. How many precise plans or Westport type plans are there in Redwood City that we haven't updated?
that we haven't updated?
I mean, I know it is. I know we've been working on a lot and it takes a while, but when this project came up, I had no idea what the Westport plan was.
From way back when,
exactly.
Basically.
And I know there might be other plans, and as a council, I guess I'm concerned of why or how, or, it's like, as a professor, I have to review my curriculum every 3 years, and I have to update my textbooks and all these things, and if they're not, then I don't get to pass on or whatever. And so I'm thinking, what are we doing as a city? And I know there's so many plans for depending on different neighborhoods and so on, but do we know if we have like other plans that we should be looking at, and that maybe we make that a priority as we move forward, even though I know there's a lot of things hitting us. But when this one came up, it's like, okay, what else is there that we don't know about?
Off the top of my head, the hospitals, so Sequoia Hospital has a precise plan over there. Kaiser Permanente has a precise plan. You have the downtown has a precise plan.
Right.
You have this Westport plan. I'm trying to think through if I'm
general
missing.
plans, neighborhood
Well, that's
plans.
different. I think the general plan that's the citywide plan, but we're talking about the specific plans,
Yes,
like
I
the
was.
Westport, and I think it would be Sequoia Hospital, Kaiser Hospital. This is just from me playing in the sandbox for 7 years that come to mind.
And I don't expect, the reason I'm bringing up the question
look at it.
is to say, what else is there that as a city, we really need to bring up to code and up to date, as, you know, and I know it's hard because we're focusing on where the need is, right?
Yeah, we can take a look at that, and then also how that fits in when we do the major kind of general plan or zoning updates, you know, making sure that we identify those and then acknowledging that within the process at the same time.
Yeah, being proactive, I think.
Yep, exactly.
And just my only last comment is, I was really surprised to hear that Redwood Shores is similar to Woodside, to the city of Woodside. That was the only thing that kind of, you know, Redwood Shores is Redwood City, and I want people not to forget that.
Thank you, Councilmember Getty. Councilmember Sturkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to just ask a few follow-up questions based off my colleagues' comments, and then a couple of questions of my own. So starting with sea level rise. So my understanding is that this project will finance 15% of essentially the total cost of shoring up the levee around Redwood Shores, and that is money that Redwood City taxpayers will not have to pay for, right?
Are you just talking about, so I think it's just the actual levies that are adjacent to the project site, I believe. Is that how you guys were calculating it in your 15%?
Yeah, the 15% is the length of the Redwood Shores levee that's in Redwood City, and we're funding the full cost of those improvements. I don't know if the city yet has analysis of what the balance would cost for the other 85% of length.
Thank you. Okay, and then going back to the biosafety levels, my understanding is that none of your current tenants are participating in any activities that are classified as BSL 3, and none of them are currently have any plans to add BSL 3 activities. Is that correct?
Yes, that's our current understanding.
Thank you. And if they were to choose to start conducting BSL level 3 activities, that may not be in perpetuity. It may be for a short term. And if so, what is an example of a project or an activity, and what kind of duration do you think it would take? It would last for?
I'm not equipped to answer all of those questions, but BSL 3 facilities, they're typically not the entire space, right? So usually it'll be just lab space within the overall lab space, so it's a smaller footprint. And in terms of duration, sometimes companies have them from the outset when they occupy a new space. Sometimes they might need a room to do a BSL 3 activity at some point in their maturity as they're developing their research. And we're happy to get more information on some examples for you.
Thank you. So it sounds like it would vary if it were to occur. And then to the point, the Vice Mayor's question about power outages, and it sounds like you're prepared to handle that. What would power the backup system?
Currently, the standard is diesel generator, but there's new battery technology that's being explored, and many think that's the future, but currently diesel generators.
Have you considered those alternatives?
We're exploring them. The technology is emerging and changing quickly, so there's talk on it. I haven't seen that installed yet in a lab commercial setting, but I think it won't be too far into the future.
Thank you. Okay, and then moving on to questions I have. So there's been some talk and public comments about heights. And so, my understanding in consulting with staff is that the closest, the maximum height allowed under our general plan is 100 feet, right? And it could go up to 120 to include HVAC and other kind of pipes and exhausts on top of the roof. And you're proposing buildings that are up to 6 stories, and that those, buildings closest to the residences could be up to 6 stories. So, but how far is the current setback of your current properties from residences? If you have that on hand.
So we can get back to you on the existing buildings. There are plans that are attached to the report, but I'd have to go reference them. But in terms of the new buildings, they are currently proposed to the property line at the minimum point, 95 feet or so. The existing, I'm sorry, of the proposed buildings, but I'd have to check on the existing to get you that exact number.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and then moving on to my final topic here, which is, or second to final topic, housing. So, again, there's been a number of comments and a variety of estimates of how many units could actually be produced based on the affordable housing impact fee and the additional $30 million you have offered as part of the community benefits package. Very generous, so thank you. And I just wanted to, I guess, clarify that it's, look at my notes here, sorry. Okay. So it's not as simple as, dividing that 85 million by, the cost of, at the higher end of an affordable house, a newly built affordable housing unit, which could cost as much as like $1 million. Rather, what you're proposing is to leverage that 85 million against other sources of affordable housing financing to build hundreds of units potentially, potentially in multiple projects throughout the city. So, this is a pot of money that we could really do a lot with, that we could leverage ultimately, and will not be the sole source of funding for affordable housing, new affordable homes through this project. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that the community understands that, that again, this money will be leveraged against other sources of funding, because that's what makes affordable housing work. Okay, and then going back to the hotel, as the Vice Mayor had asked about, I really appreciate that you are committed to working with union labor, a general contractor and subcontractors, I should say. And with the hotel, have you considered, or would you consider entering into, a neutrality agreement with the potential operator of the hotel to allow, in the event that hotel employees want to organize, that they could do so?
As I mentioned to Councilmember Espinoza-Garnica, we are not yet at that level of planning for the operation of the hotel, but we will certainly consider that and take that recommendation, and we can make that part of our discussions.
Thank you. And just finally, in closing, I just wanted to say that it sounds like, given the public comment we've received about the landfill, about sea level rise, it sounds like we could benefit from having an environmental impact review of this project. So, that is, I think, the conclusion I'm drawing from this conversation so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sturkin. Councilmember Martinez-Ceballos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for being here tonight, and the public for providing comment and sticking around for the discussion. I wanted to quickly start off with a comment I heard tonight from public comment on light pollution. and how the current proposal would mitigate the impact on surrounding wildlife, the neighbors in the area, but also balance safety for folks who might be visiting the campus or working on the campus too. And I think that might be an applicant question, but I'll let you all figure that out. I'll start.
Actually, I'll start. Some of our research has indicated that in Cambridge, which has a high level of biosafety facilities, they've actually instituted requirements, because labs operate sometimes during the night, that shades come down and they block the light from the facility from going out into there, so preserving night sky and also just not being a nuisance to the neighbors. As for the hotel, we haven't looked at that particular impact, and it is close to the shoreline there.
Okay, thank you. And does the current structure have the capacity to use that same sort of technology at the building as is, or is this something that's going to?
I would think that you could retrofit windows to, include the blinds and shades that would block out, just as you would in your own home.
Okay. Thank you. And then the second question I had was regarding the conversion of the funds to units built toward to housing created or preserved. Wanted to just add my support to Councilmember Howard's comment about preserving units. I also had questions about whether there's been any success in locating potential housing sites by the developer. I know that's part of the process, but if that's not the case, preserving the units or potentially using these funds to match other developers looking to complete that project. Just curious about that.
So from the beginning, we heard feedback loud and clear from the community and council and staff that it's very important to not just write a check, to actually see units delivered. And we agree with that. We want to see this investment produce homes and as quickly as possible. And since we are not able to put on site due to the environmental considerations, we've been looking for a long time on off-site options. We've talked to school districts, as you mentioned. You've talked to churches. We've talked to private landowners. And there was actually a great opportunity on Woodside Road. There's a naturally affordable occurring apartment complex, 57 units. The owner was retiring and looking to capitalize, but also see that the units stay affordable over time. And he was willing to option the land for up to 12 months, which was very generous. Unfortunately, we are still more than 12 months away since the CEQA process has not started. So although we've been very active in looking for sites and we found them, they're slipping away until we get further into the EIR process so we can tie it up within a timeline that's acceptable to an owner.
Great, thank you for that information. That's helpful. And, I just had also questions, not just with the housing funds, but the other community benefits. With a 25-year timeline, how do you expect these benefits to keep up with inflation?
So many of those benefits are tied to the cost, like the sea level rise improvements, and those unfortunately are escalating very quickly as we speak with inflation. But for example, the child care and the $35 million contribution, that is in today's dollars, and just like the affordable housing impact fee itself, it will escalate at that same rate. So that $30 million would escalate along with the corresponding rate on the impact fee.
Okay. That's very helpful because although, I think the community benefits are on the right track, certainly speaking to all of the different priorities that the City Council has, I want to make sure that it's comparable to neighboring projects in San Carlos, Belmont, South City. But I also want to make sure that it doesn't lose its punch over these 25 years, that it really does make that impact for our neighbors, if that's the direction the council chooses. But the other question I had was for city staff, curious about the planned community permits. What does the timeline look like for those review processes? And how much flexibility will the city have? Is that sort of just an informational update that the city council would receive, or will we have an ability to move things around, prioritize what we want to see in the next phase, and things like that?
Yeah, so for their initial proposal that they would bring for entitlements, they would come forward with the initial plan community permit, but that is similar to an architectural permit where you have discretion over the design and layout. Now, a precise plan, if it's created, would lay out kind of the general design guidelines for a project, but the plan that that permit you would have that ability to still approve specifics to the layout of the project. It's just it would have to comply with the plan that's being adopted as well.
Okay.
So each phase would come with a new plan community permit.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And do you have a sense of how long that process takes? Is that going to be a burden for the applicant or for the city to pick that up 7 times and move that review?
Well, it kind of depends on, there would still be some public engagement. There would still be a process through our architectural advisory committee. There'd be several review bodies, but we would still bring it by as quick as possible. It would just require working with the developer on addressing city comments on each round that they come through. So it follows our development review process where we work with our rest of our city team on making sure it complies with the adopted plan.
Okay. And just to sort of wrap up here, I was also curious about, this is a city staff question, but does I've heard this comment from the public again tonight, but there seems to be a coupling of the Westport site plan and also the ability to initiate the CEQA process. So I just wanted some clarification there to find out. I know we would have to agendize revisiting the Westport site plan, but I'm just curious, with so many questions still left unanswered about environmental impacts, could we at least start looking at the CEQA process and get that rolling?
So it's important that we finally pin down the project before we do the CEQA process so that we're not hitting a moving target. So we want to know, and from the feedback tonight, and the developer and staff will get together and figure out, well, are there changes that we need to do that would affect the environmental review of the project? Once we have what we call a stable project description, it would be the point where you could start the environmental review. But we want to know before we start the environmental review that you're interested in doing it, and that's the initiation of the repeal of this specific plan and the development of a new precise plan. Doesn't mean you're going to approve it necessarily. You're going to have the benefit of the environmental impact report and its disclosures and its mitigations and the like to consider, and then you will decide whether you formally take those actions at the end.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I think that wraps up my questions, but just from my comments, I see these projects as an opportunity for me to use my planning commissioner hat again. And, I was just struck. I've been to the current site as is, and I know there's been quite a few different tenant improvements over the last couple of years, but I think the overhead shots of the site as is kind of show that, the site was based on outdated planning policies, just with the amount of surface parking lots, as I think the clearest example that, this isn't necessarily the most sustainable site or the most community-facing either. It's not meeting any, aside from obviously the industry that the current site brings, it's not necessarily meeting any community needs. And I think this could be an opportunity to find out what exactly is missing in Redwood Shores. If it's not a community center, maybe that's Redwood Shores' very own living room, a meeting space for the community to gather and have events there. I'm not sure, but I guess my conclusion is just that, having served on the Planning Commission, I know that CEQA is the tool that we use to study alternatives, so not only look at the environmental impacts. So I think there's a Redwood City answer to this question, and I just would want to initiate this so that we can bring the community along, start having these conversations, and make sure that any change happens here, it's sensitive to the community and does the most, brings the most community benefits to our neighborhoods. So that's my talking point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ceballos. Councilmember Sturkin, I just saw your light there. Any other council comments or anything? I guess it's my turn. Okay. Well, number one, thank you for being here till 10:40 at night. Thank you for the public for still participating. I don't know who's online anymore since my laptop died. But to go through the council questions, or the questions in front of us. I was curious. I mean, part of the project process that we've kind of laid out here in Redwood City is community engagement. And through the community engagement process, a lot of project proposals that started here in the city have evolved through that community engagement process. And we are still seeing that with a number of major projects here. Can someone provide some kind of what has happened with that community engagement process? What's changed and what can go forward, because this is a pretty large project for the area. What's happened with that? I mean, usually projects evolve, and we've seen it happen with Elko Yards or Gray Star, whatever number it is, or some of the downtown projects.
So because this is an actual specific plan that we would be looking at, typically it's dependent, but it might be city-driven by city staff. Same thing like you saw with the downtown transit district, where city staff does the engagement. So that's kind of what then, if the council wanted to go ahead and decide to actually repeal and initiate and study further, then that would probably be the next step of really building out what that community engagement plan would be moving forward from the staff side, because it's specifically for a specific plan that we're looking at establishing.
I think it'd be nice to somehow find a way to see if the community, the Redwood Shores community and the landowner could work together to define a project that works for everybody. And even if it's smaller than what it is, but it works. And I just don't get the sense that engagement really has come together to produce anything different than, I mean, it's moved some things around, but I would encourage somehow we find a way to make that happen so that we can have serious, real dialogue about what can work out there for everybody. Yeah, and it just seems to be a missing piece right now. I do know from my planning commission days that if an EIR is of interest, there will be a smaller project alternative along with the no project alternative. So how is that smaller project alternative going to be created?
So I'll let my planners talk about that, Jeff.
Typically, what's done is you look at the objectives that the applicant wishes to achieve, and you try to develop alternatives that meet many or most of those objectives. That doesn't necessarily mean it's exactly the same size or the same height or the same thing, because there may be different ways to achieve the end result. It may be a slightly different mix of use. It could be other options that would potentially mitigate some of the identified environmental impacts.
Again, I think just having some community engagement will help shape that smaller project alternative and what it might look like, whether it's a couple 100,000 square feet more or half of what's, I'm just making it up right now without any community engagement, but I think that really needs to happen out here to make sure that whatever is looked at, people know and can say, at least I had a say.
Yes.
One of the things that struck me in the staff report as we revolve around this biosafety level conversation is there's no restrictions right now with the current plan. Right now, Longfellow could lease a building to whomever and they could do a BSL 3 lap right now if I saw that. And so the status quo probably isn't necessarily the right answer. Am I reading the staff report correctly?
That is correct. So outside of the downtown precise plan area in the city of Redwood City, in the commercial zones, you could go all the way up to BSL 4 in the city.
But we can't just pick on one property, can we?
Looking at our city attorney.
You're right, we can't pick on one property, but the city, if it did consider a precise plan through zoning, can put in whatever the development regulations, and that's one of the items that's being proposed.
So that'd be one of the benefits of looking at the possibility is that we can change the requirements to be more restrictive based on what the community and what the city wants.
That is correct. You can add development standards where you don't have them.
Since I have the city attorney, can you talk to me about preemption between state jurisdiction, state law, general plan, zoning, and specific plan?
I want to make sure I understand what your question is about.
Well, let's just pretend. We've seen a lot of laws on housing in the last several years from the state. Can the state pass a law that preempts local or specific plan?
So the state and the county have their own rules and can pass regulations specific to what their rules are. That would be different from the city's land use controls. And of course, a developer would need to meet the state, county, and the city's land use regulations in proposing anything. So if there were new regulations that would come down, either through the state or the county, a developer would need to meet those.
Okay, great, thank you. You know, one of the challenges I have when we talk about biosafety levels or anything technology is how do we stay current with it? I mean, I've done a BL3 lab before they've been to BSL3. You know, hypothetically, there could be a BSL 0 and a BSL 5 20 years from now. How do we stay current with all this stuff? Or do we? Or we just do, as Councilmember Geary said, we just kind of wait till something happens and we play catch up?
Well, I think what you heard from Jeff Schwab earlier this evening is that there's only a handful of cities who are actually regulating the BSL levels themselves. I know that there is more traction to really think about that, like our neighbors next door in San Carlos. So from that perspective, I guess it's pretty far and few between, Mayor, of kind of where you're saying of how do we kind of keep abreast to that.
So I think it's just getting more complex that we would then have to kind of take a look at our resources to how do we stay current to make sure we're not surprised 10, 15, 20 years with a project application.
And things change constantly.
Absolutely.
And regulations change constantly. So when we really look at what I think today, what the law says you might not need a vapor barrier for, I was just thinking about another project earlier today, it might change 5-7 years from now that you might need it at that time. So it just, as we learn more as a society, laws and regulations come into play. And that's where we have to try to keep up to date. It's similar when state laws pass, right? We all have to go back as local jurisdictions and have to then refine our local laws to align with state law.
Great, thank you, Alex. Question number 3, I would be very interested in how the Affordable Housing Fund might be deployed. I know it's not intended to construct new construction, but I would be very interested to see how that matures a little bit more. So how, whether it's through Eden Housing, the applicant's partner, or how, if it's given to the city for deployment and leveraged. I just want to know more about how that would all work to get to 100 units, 400, whatever the right number is, because we've heard a whole range tonight, but it'd be, right now it's a number, but it's missing the deployment process and how that might work.
And I know, Mayor G, in past years, you've talked about just how, $1 million then leverages potentially up to $10 million of just how, of being able to access additional funds. Lynn Lancaster is actually on the call. I don't know if she wants to speak a little bit more. I know she was looking at this a little bit more and might be able to provide a little bit of just an initial thought. And I see it. There's Lynn.
Lynn, thanks for staying up with us.
Good evening. Just want to make sure you can hear me, Mayor G.
Yes.
Okay, great. I obviously can't speak to the developer's partnership with Eden and how they're going to deploy the funds. But if the funds were to come to the city, we would do what's called a NOFA, or Notice of Funding Availability. So an application process. As noted in the staff report, we are in the process of launching one this summer. And we hope to use this process that we've created right now as kind of a template for future NOFAs and having a standardized application and funding process. And we hope that this NOFA will help us identify kind of potential projects in the pipeline that maybe could use this funding should the project move forward.
So with the NOFA, who do you anticipate would be applying for it and how would they use it?
Anticipate, affordable housing developers would be applying. and that we would fund kind of more traditional 100% affordable housing projects that would leverage tax credit financing, state and county, other financing sources. I think the one thing that is, hard to predict is that this is proposed for a 25-year timeline. So it is a little bit tricky to predict what kind of the funding landscape will look like, further out, years 10 through 25. But in kind of the immediate, I would say 5-year future, we, would anticipate projects leveraging state funding, tax credits, that type of thing.
Which is pretty normal way of funding affordable housing?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Lynn, for staying up with us, and thanks for joining us. As we wrap up here, we've heard a lot of different speakers, and I thank everyone for coming, but there's a lot of information that's 7,000 jobs, 14,000 jobs, 100 units, 800. What's the best way for the public, our residents, and our community, and the council to get informed of where we start this conversation if the council wants to start it?
I think as we get to a solid project description, really understanding everything, we can be able to then finally, like we were talking about, just the economic analysis on community benefits, all the particulars. I think as we go through that process, we'll be able to better understand the details of what that exactly means, have community meetings, and have additional discussion, as you were mentioning, Mayor, through outreach and engagement.
Very good. I guess as we wrap up, just final thoughts, because we're speaking different languages. I think TMA, Transportation Management Association, is new to our community. So I think if the conversation goes forward, that needs to be defined and talked about. And I think there's one close by in Palo Alto that we can learn from. If I remember the Councilmember Burt talking about that in his city. And then when we look at community benefits, I think you heard clearly, I hate to use this term, but there's a concern about what's in it for the Redwood Shores community. And so that's something to be thoughtful of as the conversation moves forward.
Duly noted. Mayor, also in addition to the TMA, actually city staff we have proactively reached out to our neighbors in San Carlos and in Belmont, and we will be just having conversations because if you look at the amount of proposed development on the horizon just between San Carlos, Belmont, and potentially in Redwood Shores, really need to think about it regionally within that area. And so we are proactively taking this step to reach out to our partner, our neighbors, basically to at least have that initial discussion of how we can all collaborate together, potentially, should all these projects come to fruition.
Are our neighboring cities receptive to that conversation?
We have a meeting set up, I believe, later this week, so we'll find out. But at least they're willing to come to the table and discuss.
If you need any nudging from any of us, let us know.
Will do.
Very good. Council, any other comments? And thank you, everyone, for being here this late. Not at this time. All right, we will conclude our meeting with some report outs into our next agenda item. No staff reports, number 9. Public hearings, number 10, none. Matters of council interest, and we'll start with Councilmember Howard, talking about the Pride and Beautification Committee spring cleanup.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the city clerk if they would put the slides up on the screen, please. Thank you. And I will make it brief. But I did want to let people know our Pride and Beautification Committee hosts a spring cleanup event where residents beautify our community. And we do this twice a year. We do it the spring and we do it the coastal cleanup. This year's event, the first one was held on Saturday, April 15th. Approximately 100 volunteers showed up. We really appreciate it. We met at 8:30 at our Public Works yard and we gave them supplies and breakfast. They really appreciated that. And they then went out and they cleaned different sites in the community and collected over 4,400 pounds of trash from the waterways and our streets. We even had kayakers out in the creek picking up garbage. 4,400 pounds. At noon they came back. We gave them a hot dog and hamburger lunch. They were very happy. And I would like to thank our sponsors, Shen Yuen Temple. As always, they are so helpful. Shen Yuen Foundation and the San Mateo Credit Union. My thanks to our staff who were wonderful that day, so helpful, so great, and all the volunteers who participated. And I hope you'll join us for the coastal cleanup. This year it'll be the fourth Saturday in September. We have a meeting coming up on the first Wednesday in May at 8 o'clock. It's a Zoom meeting. Anybody here who would like to come to our Pride and Beautification meeting, come join us via Zoom. We'd love to have you talk about future events. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. Did somebody leave a bag here in the front row?
In the front row.
Oh.
No, there's one under there.
Under the chair. Okay, thank you. Hungry. No, thank you, Councilmember Howard, for that report. Vice Mayor Espinoza-Garnica, let's update on the Navigation Center, and thank you for representing Redwood City.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, you missed a really nice day there. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Sorry, too.
Yeah, this will be a repeat if you were there. But yes, I was pleased to attend the ribbon cutting for the new Homeless Navigation Center last week. And Redwood City is a proud partner in striving to end homelessness in San Mateo County. And the Navigation Center is a good example of our work together. Redwood City and the County of San Mateo worked hard to reach an agreement on a property exchange that allowed construction of the Navigation Center. The Navigation Center provides 240 safe temporary living units to provide intensive on-site support services to individuals and couples experiencing homelessness. It is also a non-congregate navigation center. It is a powerful new opportunity to help people reach stable housing, and we are hopeful it will be a game changer. The city has launched an extensive civilian outreach program to people experiencing homelessness with critical financial support from the county and state, and our outreach workers are already hearing interest from people ready to move from encampments to the Navigation Center and then move on to permanent housing. It's been exciting to see the evolution of how we tackle homelessness together. Both the city and county have been leading the way to develop new best practices for housing security. And I know we will continue to refine our approaches as we learn what works well and what needs to be rethought. I also want to highlight that our property exchange allows for long-term housing stability. The county and Mid-Penn are planning to develop 110 permanent supportive housing units for extremely low-income people experiencing homelessness. We look forward to watching this neighborhood grow and thrive. In addition to meeting housing needs, we will soon see important transportation improvements. We also are exploring a new bayfront park to connect residents with our waterfront. It's a great project.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for representing our city. And I want to also thank our staff and previous councils, because this didn't happen overnight. And it took years to negotiate the land swap, partner with the county, and then last week was the ribbon cutting. So thank you, everybody, and the history of effort to get us to this point. On to number 11A, Councilmember report on conferences and meetings attended. Councilmember Hart.
Thank you. On Tuesday, April 18th, our Housing and Endowment and Regional Trust Member Agency Committee, or MAC, had our annual meeting to share an update on HART's programs this past year. I sit as the chair on this committee and serve as the vice chair of HART. Our executive director, Armando Sanchez, and his staff made an excellent presentation covering shared housing staff program. HART has agreed to manage a pilot program to provide staff to cities to help them with their housing programs. The program is open to any cities. It's primarily directed at small cities that don't have enough housing staff, and the workers. It's a very flexible program, and I suggested to our city manager that in the future we may even think about it for certain specific programs. It's very flexible. The Housing Preservation Program being started by HART. It's a pilot program to acquire small apartment buildings to preserve their natural affordability, prevent the displacement of tenants. HART has secured a grant to buy its first building and will be leveraging the grant funds with a conventional bank loan so that it can be and operate property as a mixed income project. The First-Time Homebuyer Program, HART continues its First-Time Homebuyer Program, which has provided second loans to over 100 middle-income homebuyers over the past decade. Given the increase in mortgage interest rates, HART is working to improve its program so that it continue to provide these loans that largely go to people serving the public, such as school teachers, nurses, and other public employees. The Developer Loan Program, HART is still working hard to provide pre-development, acquisition, and permanent loans to affordable housing developers. To date, we have assisted in providing 1,425 affordable homes. We recently received a $5 million state grant that will help fund our next development project, a 136-unit project in East Palo Alto. Also, HART will be celebrating its 50th anniversary on Thursday, September 21st at Devil's Canyon, and our council and staff will be invited. Look for the invitation in your email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard, and thank you for your service on the HART Board. The other item is, I think several of us attended the Progress Seminar for Chambers, San Mateo County. Do we need to just acknowledge who attended? I think everybody attended. I think 6 of the council members attended. I also attended, but I did not use city funds to pay for my attendance. On to item number 11B, City Council Committee Reports, the Equity and Social Justice Subcommittee, and Councilmember Howard, you're up again.
Up again, okay. The Equity and Social Justice Subcommittee met on April 7th. It was the first meeting of the new group of committee members, and we voted to establish Council Member Elmer Martinez Ceballos as our committee chair for 2023. We received an overview on the city's equity framework from the city's Equity and Inclusion Officer, Brianna Evans, and we received and discussed a presentation on the equity work being done by the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department from the Director, Chris Beth. Our next meeting is scheduled for May 12th at noon, and our other member is, let me see, Councilmember Howard, Martinez Ceballos, and Councilmember Chris Sturkin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Howard. On to our city manager report, and can we just do this for 5 minutes, or do we need a motion? Go ahead, city manager.
I'll be very fast. 2 things to celebrate. The housing element has been approved by the state, as you heard many references to, and as you know, we're the first one in the county, and delighted about that. We're one of only 22 cities in the entire state that have also received the pro-housing designation from the governor, so that puts us in the top 4%. And then the second announcement is just that on Sunday is the final date to apply for boards and commissions, and we still have many boards and commission openings for which we don't have applicants. So encourage the public to consider this really valuable way of serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Again, thank you to our previous councils and to the staff. I mean, it took a lot of work over 3 years, if not 4, our boards and commissions and everyone to get us to be one of the only 22 cities in the state with a HCD-approved housing element. I'd like to adjourn our meeting tonight in memory of one of our behind-the-scenes operators, and in the room over here on the side is where Penn TV helped broadcast our council meetings, and Rocky Robinson. Rocky was the co-founder, was the co-founder of Penn Media, who has been providing broadcasting service for our city council meetings for years. He sat in this media room over here to my left and ensured that our meetings were visible and audible to the community, which is integral to our role as a government agency. On behalf of our city council, I want to send my deepest condolences to Rocky's family and honor him for the great work he contributed to Redwood City and our community. Our next council meeting is May 8th. Thank you everyone for attending this evening. Thank you colleagues for the discussion. Meeting adjourned.